we are on the site of the castle.
And it was the first time the Beatles had really stopped being semi-professional almost.
Look at that. Absolutely fascinating. That's what you do. You buy these players that cost money and make a difference in it. But we never do that.
Never complains, gets up, gets on with a smile on his face.
You just want you to sit in your chair and go hip hip hooray to the Western press and the Western narrative. You dare to take the same old every single day without this. If you haven't seen it before, please watch the first two episodes, the second season. Stallone. Hello, it's me again. Hi everyone, it's the football show at least tonight, so we'll be talking about football if anyone's tuning in and not looking at matches. I don't know whether they're still being played or not, I just don't know. But anyway, I've got Sean on with me to keep me company, or to keep both of us company. And there he is.
All right, Frank. How are you?
I'm all right. I'm freezing.
Yeah, I'm really, really cold myself. I have a little radiator here, and I have the two dogs here trying to keep me company, keep me warm. You can see kind of, I think, Marley in the background there a bit. But there you go.
It shows you, doesn't it? You know, like when this cold weather, I had a coat on.
I saw that, yeah.
Oh, did you see me?
I saw you. You were, and it's funny because I have something similar as well that I wear at the odd time.
I might have to put it on because I'm absolutely freezing.
Yeah, keep yourself warm.
Yeah, well, you know, see how it goes.
Yeah.
First and foremost. And Callum says, Klopp wanted Anthony, I see.
Don't believe that for 1 minute. Don't believe that for 1 minute.
No, absolutely not. And Daryl, love you, Dad, and Sean. How are you, Daryl?
All right, Daryl. Hope you're good, man. Hope you're well.
And Colin Curry's on by saying, we're getting to Merseyside. Yeah, we're getting there soon enough. It'll be on top of us. And Daryl says Marmouche looks done deal. What do you think about that?
I don't know. I mean, they're making comparisons to him and Salah based on the stats of this season. Yeah, I think if we're looking for a replacement for that man, will be very hard to replace him. So I don't know anything about Marmouche. I've only seen stats, and his stats are very good at the moment, but it's a different league. Premier League is a lot more demanding, as we know, Frank. So sometimes players can't really adapt to that level. So let's see.
Do you remember that man girl singing Merry Christmas, Everton? That was brilliant, that song. Absolutely. I've got my favourite. Do you know what? There's a gentleman here, and he's ready to come on. Should we bring him on?
Yeah,
let's bring him on.
Let's bring him on.
Mr. Scott himself.
Hiya, Sean.
Hello,
Hi,
sir.
Frank.
How are you?
Where's George?
How you doing, both? All right?
We're good. It's a bit cold where we are. I don't know about you.
Oh yeah, we got snow all over the garden, snow outside.
wow.
Yeah, yeah,
Not
it's very
too.
cold. About 1 degree, Sean.
Oh well, it's not snowing here yet. It's doing is raining.
Yeah,
So it's quite wet um and it's cold, really cold. So
yeah. I'm not sure it's going to stick around though. It seems to be thawing a bit now, but it is cold, mate. It is cold.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, once it snows, you know that you're in a cold snap. Hey George, how did your little party? You know, like being a
Oh,
guest.
it's great. By the way, I sent you an email. I don't know if you got it. I just sent you an email thanking you for my birthday present.
Oh,
I sent it the following morning, so you may not have got it. I just said we polished off the sweets in one night. A bit more difficult with the scotch.
I'm sure you managed.
Yeah, it was great, Frank. It was great. Ronnie Whelan was fantastic. I mean, I've had Ronnie once before. I know him, and he tells a good story. And his
yeah,
punchlines are good. Big crowd there, 150, 200 people there. It was really good. George
that's
Sefton
cool.
sat at our table. And there were some lovely people, a lot of good old friends there. A few of the old players' children, Tommy Lawrence's children, Chris Lawler's cousin, and a few others as well. So it was a lovely night, great night. Gordon Wallace actually somebody put forward a signed photograph. A picture of Gordon, and also the program for the Reykjavik game where he scored the first goal for Liverpool ever, and it raised £250.
Oh
That one,
wow.
Wow, a Reykjavik
yeah, that
program.
was the program for Reykjavik when Roger Hunt scored one, and Gordon scored the first one, and he got this program, and the lad asked Gordon to sign it, so he signed it and framed it up, and they auctioned it, and it was, I say, £250. So Gordon was quite thrilled about that. Good money for charity.
Was that the Reykjavik game, the ice, from Iceland?
Yeah, the one in Iceland, Liverpool's first ever goal in Europe, ever.
Do you know what? I was just going, thanks, George, because that was my question. Was it to be scored against the first ever European goal, against them?
Yeah.
And was it Reykjavik, that we scored our first European goal?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, fantastic. I would have loved to have seen that programme, though.
Ronnie Whelan was a great player, by the way, a great Irish footballer, and he's got a great history. He's won a lot of medals. You won't believe it until you hear it, what he's won,
Yeah.
Even I was surprised, 400 odd appearances for the club.
And he didn't get many caps under Jack Charlton.
Yeah, he told a few stories about Jack Charlton. He told one where he said he kept getting names wrong,
Yeah.
of players. He couldn't quite the Irish team. And, he called once in the famous Liam Brady. He called him Ian.
Ian, yeah. I was at a Legends event there in Dublin, and it was himself and Emil Heskey, and Ronnie Whelan for me was like absolute paramount. Mainly the reason why I supported Liverpool, himself and Ray Houghton and John Aldridge. But
Yes.
He had some fantastic stories about Jack Charlton. Wasn't a big fan of Jack because of the fact that he didn't have many caps under him. And a lot of players back then, if you didn't suit the style of football that Jack played, you were kind of put on the bench. But fantastic player.
Yeah, well, had a good Irish team then, didn't they, as well? They were quite successful.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll just say hello to our friends who have joined us, if you don't mind, boys. Edward says, I can't see it until next summer, and I think it's like Marmouche looks a done deal by Darryl, and that's what he's replying to, is Edward. Mane scored or not, yes. that was mad, that was a cracking thing, that. Salah will stay, says Darryl. If one goes, it'll be Jota. That's what he says. James says, even if Frank Shaw, sorry, I've been here for a while. I've been on holiday. Oh, we haven't been here for a while. I've been on holiday to California. Oh, well.
California.
Sunny
Wow.
California.
And Daryl says, me and Austin are finally moving. I'm in such a good place today. That's great. That's great
Nice.
news.
It's nice to hear you.
It's great news. And James says, evening, George.
Evening, James. Hi.
And Daryl says, hey, Georgie boy.
Hey, Daryl boy.
And Norman, even if Frank George and Chris Dick's best mates, Sean.
Who?
Yeah, and as Norman says about the Reykjavik game, our first European game. And Callum says, in 19 days we would have played Sal Madrid, Real Madrid, City, Newcastle, Everton, massive pairing. But aren't we saying that every week?
Yeah.
Hey, we're saying that every week. This is a big test there. Went from Man United, didn't it? This is a big test there. And we played all these big testers and beat a lot of them. Daryl says, Callum and I believe we'll beat all of them. Yeah. That's what, he says that they all used to call Ronnie Whelan the silent assassin because he couldn't half tackle. He was great.
He was a great player.
He was brilliant. Yeah. Tell you what, boys, I was shocked with how many fans we got in California. It's either us or the rats at the end of the
Yeah.
Right there. We've got a hell of a lot. We've got a big fan base in Texas. We've got a big fan base in Saudi Arabia and Afghanistan, would you believe?
Everywhere, Frank.
Everywhere. Iraq. It's incredible. And Callum says, I don't know what the Bardi deal is near. It's a loan for a centre-back from Sevilla. I think with the option to buy, not surprised it's a loan, typical FSG. Just can't buy. Yeah. And James says, talking about Ireland, remember Ronnie Whelan goal in the World Cup?
That was Ray.
Was
that not Ray Houghton?
Ray Houghton scored in the World Cup, yeah.
I don't remember Ronnie Whelan scoring in the World Cup. 94, 98?
Yeah,
1990 and 94. Yeah.
Well, Edward says, off topic, well, after today, Friday's show should be done. That's it. I just want to advertise my show on, it's nothing to do with football. It's all this current affairs. It's all what's going on. And, today, with everything, the way the economic situation is and what this particular government are doing and just throwing money here, there and everywhere, we've got 5.2 million children below the poverty line. And that's what I'm going to address. I'm going to address that. I'm going to address a few things. And I'd love you all, well, if you're, join me Friday, please, 8 o'clock Friday. And Daryl says, Callum Lock Baldy news is, yeah.
Never heard of him.
Neither have I. And Norman says, Whelan scores in Euro 88.
Yeah.
Versus,
The kind of scissors kick, it hit off his shin. It was what a fabulous goal. I think James may have been getting confused with Ray Houghton's goal against Italy.
Yeah. I want to talk about this, lads, if you don't mind, because it's James. We have spoken about it before, but with James being in California, meeting all these wonderful film stars, down at Rodeo Drive. And shall we fill him in with this or what?
He'll be on the beach.
He says, obviously, you people are, I hate that word, guys, all this Americanism. Anyway, he says, obviously, you guys will have spoken about the topic, but what do you think of that dirty rat ref Will they punish us by dodgy decisions, or it might benefit us? What do you think, George? Will Kuka,
Well,
will
we have. You're right. We have spoke about this at length last week. I mean, he's paid the price. He's paid a heavy price. He's quite right that he should. I mean, it was well out of order, to say the least, what he did, what he said, the way he said it, the insults he hurled out, and the pictures that's come through on the TV of him doing various things which he shouldn't be doing. I do feel really frustrated about it, though, because I do think some of the decisions definitely cost us at least one Premier League. Really, I mean, possibly two. I mean, I was looking at on TV today. They showed about five incidents that seriously affected Liverpool's season. And one was the goal against Spurs that Diaz scored, and they admitted was a goal, but he was in the VAR at the time. Another one was Odegaard bouncing the ball in the penalty box against Arsenal. Two of our biggest opponents, vital stages in the game when it would have been a win from both times. And then he had the one, I think he was on VAR, when Doku, or he was kicked McAllister in the chest, and they played the voice, the recording on it, and the recording is just ridiculous. What they're saying, and to justify check complete. And then there's a couple of others as well, Frank. And then there was, of course, the one at Goodison Park, with Rodri's hand was out like as if he was stopping traffic, and the ball hit him square in the arm, and Coote never gave the actual decision what VAR. He's, Man City again were involved in that. So, it's been dreadful, really. And I don't know what to say. I mean, the other thing as well, they've been taking money from the Saudi Arabians for refereeing over there. And apparently the company that's paying them the money, the chief executive is the guy who owns Man City.
Yeah.
So it all stinks a bit. I hate to say that, but it doesn't sound right. And he's paid the price. So I think his career is virtually over now, and he's going to lose an awful lot of money for a stupid thing he did.
And Darryl says, I just want a couple of comments here, please, if I might. Which is important. Which is very important, actually. Darryl says, Chiesa's off back to Italy in January. The Anfield Raw says, where's Red Dew these days? Gone missing again. I hope he's all right, because we know that he has a scare. And let's just hope that he's okay. Please, let's hope that, we don't like things like this. Let's hope that he's all right. And I was thinking about that a few nights ago, actually. He normally comes on the history show as well, and I was thinking about it. I was going to say something, but I couldn't get a word in last night. With me on my history show, would you believe? I had, Anthony Brown, great artist, and I had the music man on, Derek Shelmadine, and they were giving me this. I couldn't get a word in.
Frank, I watched a bit of that last night. I watched a bit of that, and I was cheating, because when you were looking at the album, Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, I wasn't able to watch all of it, but I saw that bit. And I had the internet on Google, and I could tell who everybody was. I knew who everybody was. And you were picking them out, and asking who it was. And I was tempted to ring up and say, I know them all.
Oh, no, George, that must have been fantastic. I know this is off, what we're talking about, but, looking at the Sgt. Peppers, and you see all those, magnificent people, in my opinion, loads of them. And there was one that stood out. And when it first came out, George, I was shocked that I seen this particular picture of this fella. And who it was Harry Roberts, who murdered a police. He shot him dead in London, a policeman. And I said, why have they got that up there? I know, controversial, and it was controversial at the time, and I still see it, and still see this fella that he got. It's incredible. I couldn't. They were just talking loads about the album covers, and
Yeah, you can get it online. It shows every one of them. It's fantastic cover.
Look at this. Norman says, don't forget, Kane should have been sent off against us. We drew 2-2 and lost the title by 1 point. That was Tierney.
Yeah,
And that was right. Remember, we were all up screaming that he should be sent off.
Yeah.
Everyone.
By the touchline, yeah.
That was shocking, that. Shocking decision.
There's been a lot of them.
Yeah. Let's see. I see one. And James, do you think we should do what the refs do in the US, the way we can hear their conversation with their VAR? I didn't know they could do that in the States. I didn't know that you could hear. I don't know.
Well, what they do in rugby, I think they should do that. And I think then they're not going to be able to hide any bias. I think that'll certainly put the cat amongst the pigeons, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's very good in rugby. They're very open. You know what's going on.
That'll say George Scott was one of the latest Scottish Ben Doak. That's you.
Hey, talking about Ben Doak, he's playing absolutely out of his skin at the moment for Middlesbrough and for Scotland. He got the man of the match for Scotland again yesterday when Robbo scored the winner. We've got to get him back.
But we could say that. Do you ever remember when he went out on loan and we said at the time, what did he sending him out on loan for? We said it.
He's fantastic.
Why had he got him and Batatic? It was mainly him and Batatic. Why are we sending them on loan?
He's number one in all the championship stats. And you want to see him again. He was the man of the match last night for Scotland.
And in an international, it's not just the championship.
Yeah, exactly,
it's international. The level is up there.
Why the hell is he out on loan, a player of that quality? I know he got injured, so they had to let him out to recover, but he should be getting back now, I think. Him and Elliott.
I can't see it myself. Honestly, I can't see him coming back here. Bringing him back, that is.
Crazy.
Benny 65, being able to wear them is a must, yeah. And the Anfield Roar. Does anyone see that link with the young prospect from Nice, Julian Onaldildo, apparently cracking in tight spaces? I don't know.
They've got a couple of good young lads coming through, I know that.
I think there was a joke.
Is that a joke?
Exactly, yeah. Leave us alone. Leave us alone, Anfield. Ben Zook, we've got George on. Ben Zook reminds me of Maradona. Says Benny 65. Wide shout and all. But when I see him play, I get serious vibes of the great man.
Yeah, you can't compare him with Maradona at this stage in his career. But I tell you what, it's fantastic ability for a young man.
Yeah, I think what he means really is, he not now, but in the future. But
the way he tries things and beats men.
Yeah, that's what he's
always
saying.
Going forward.
I love little things, Yes, we're looking at Kudos, the left back. I'd rather have Nkapi, the left back, to be honest, James. Frank George and the other guy. How are you?
The other guy, I love it.
The other guy. Who's the most famous of them all, Fiona?
Oh, I don't know about that, George.
That's the comment of the night, and the other guy.
He'll be back on in a minute.
That's a cracker. Well done, Abdul. Well done, mate. Darryl says, I want Kirker's led back.
Yeah. See, Bradley did well again, didn't he, as well, for Ireland?
Yeah.
Yeah, Bradley's amazing. He really is.
He's the future.
Absolutely. Hopefully we keep him.
Oh, yeah.
That means I want him kept. I want young Joe kept. I want Batatic kept. You know, these are our young lads. These are like 2 years on future, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
2 to 3 years on for our future.
Young Dan's has just signed a contract with Adidas to 2029.
Go
Today.
away.
Yeah.
Go away.
Yeah.
Oh, that's brilliant. That.
Yeah.
I love
And
that.
Adidas are now going to be our sponsors, aren't they?
Yeah. Do you know what? I know we've got young players who we've just mentioned, and you know, Dan's. I'm guaranteeing he's going to be.
Signed a 5-year contract, 6-year contract with Adidas.
I think he's absolutely brilliant. I really do. Anyway, what do you think of what did you think last night? I'm only talking about Scotland here.
Oh, well, my wife was sleeping in a chair, and my shout woke her up. I was out of my seat when Robbo headed that in because I'd given it up, really. I thought, oh, no, here we go again, Scotland. Down. Next minute, Robbo pops up with that header, and the whole Tartan army went ballistic, and I was with him all the way. So we've not done anything yet, but at least we're in a position where we might get in with the big boys.
Well, that's
It would have been the same, Sean, if it was Ireland.
But that's what
you can be guaranteed that I would be the exact same. I'd be doing a jig, but I haven't had much to shout about for a long time.
But neither of Scotland, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I think Trapattoni, that was the end of us, really, to be honest with you. Steve Staunton, when he was manager, that was the end of us. I don't think we've really seen... we've got maybe some good players coming in, but I'm not really into international. I hate the international break.
No, I do as well. I must admit, I do hate it, but I'm passionate about Scotland.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, of course,
naturally being Scottish, isn't it?
I do, exactly. But I do like seeing Scotland do well, and Wales. You know, I am fond of seeing them doing well.
Well, Norman says, I have asked you, gents, this a few times without reply. I will try again. Jota, who I think is brilliant, and if fit, best finisher we have. But do we now look to move him on in the summer simply because of constant injuries?
Well, can I say my view is no. I don't think you should move him anywhere. I think we should keep him. He's a class striker, and we need to keep all our best players. That's my view.
See, his last injury had nothing at all to do with muscles or whatever. It was a broken rib.
Yes.
That big dope who should have been sent off.
Should be sent off, yeah.
You know, went right on him.
It's all well and good talking about getting rid of players. It's one thing about replacing them, and that seems to be an issue with FSG and the current situation at the club. Not to be on FSG's throat all the time, but that is a fact. So, I mean, I would keep Jota. He's, you know, a very, very good finisher. And when he's fit, you know, he's a danger up there. So I'd keep him, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, even Ben 65 says, hell no, Jota stays. That last injury was unlucky. And it was so unlucky. And Norman says, but Georgie is always injured. Shanks would call him a malingerer.
Yeah, Shanks would call him a malingerer, but you only have to be out for one game for Shanks to call you a malingerer.
Like Chris Lawler, he was about 4,832 games, and he calls him a and he came in limp. He's a malingerer, Bob.
Gordon Wallace used to get the same.
Oh, just unbelievable. And Darryl says, Jota is my favourite. I want him to stay.
Yeah, I like Jota.
Absolutely. There's no way they should sell players of that class.
And KP, with all the Irish flags. Hiyo. Hiya, Kate.
All right, KP.
Yeah.
See, look, our lads on the chat, And as he says, Norman, by the way, I love Jota. If he was fit last season, we would win the league. But these injuries can't go on. Well, you might as well say, I'm not being funny, Norman, you know me. You've met me personally. I look at it like this. If you're saying that about Jota, you might as well say, well, two, the likes of Darwin, you might get rid of him. So if you get rid of those two, put it that way, if you get rid of those two, he's a natural finisher.
Yeah.
He's a natural finisher, is Jota, Diogo. And they've got a song for him, so they all love him. But you can't, like the last injury he had, you can't legislate for that.
I know Slot would have he would not think about getting rid of Jota. He's a world-class player.
No, I think we're doing all right. To be honest. Look, remember, like I'm going back to last season, I think the season before as well, players they wanted to get rid of. Mo Salah. Get rid of him, right? He's finished. That's what was coming out of these other pods. Not only that, but also remember the big call to get rid of Diaz.
Yeah, I know.
These are just imagine getting rid of those, including Jota and Diaz.
World-class players, growing trees. They're hard to find.
They were only talking about getting rid of Diaz there this summer.
Yeah.
Sell him to Barcelona or something. Like, honest to God, I mean, he's one of our most improved players, along with Gravenberch.
It's a squad game now, isn't it? You need 20, 24 players. It's not an 11-player game now anymore.
Oh, Jesus, I think you need more than that now, George.
Yeah,
to be
you do. You do, yeah.
I think that's the difference between us and Man City. It's not so much about the money that you spend. It's about the depth that you have in your squad.
The players, yeah.
And I mean, Arsenal, I think, have a smaller squad than us. And then we're the third smallest squad, So that could be the difference.
Yeah.
Well, that says you can't keep all five forwards happy. It's important, but they are happy.
You can. You interchange. You bring them on after 60 minutes.
That's what he's
European Cup games. You got League Cup games. You got FA Cup games. You got Premier League games. There's plenty of games to interchange players.
Of course. The Anfield Raw, he thinks highly. Ben Doak's the second best right winger in the world. Given time, he will be good as Yana. Who's Yana?
Yana. I don't know who Yana is.
I'm worried about all these names that Anfield Raw is coming up with.
Yeah, so am I.
Yana.
Should we keep Nunes for another 9? But who would you like brought in, boys? Just keep him.
Yeah, just keep him. Don't get rid of any. I'd like to see this Mamouche and Zubimendi, those sort of players, those sort of quality. That's what you want.
Do you know what I'd love? Honestly, if that Mamouche is already coming, but that's great, And if you bring in another 2, that's I know the rumours about Zubimendi, so filtering through again as usual. I mean, Chappie, if we get them, you'll see a massive difference.
Bear in mind, Frank, if we're still at the top of the league after Christmas, heading for a European Cup, the players will want to come, won't they? They want to be there.
Yeah, I think they want to come back.
Yes, that's what I was going to say, George. Well, I mean, you all people know, I mean, the stature of Liverpool, and so do you, Frank. The stature of Liverpool, I mean, everyone would want to play for Liverpool. I just think it's how it's downplayed, and again, I have to say, by these owners, with the short ball and the short change and these players, these potential targets. I think when you do that, players aren't going to come. That's my view, anyway.
As James says there, lads, Should we keep Nunes for another 9, number 9? But who would you like to be brought in? I'm making this point, and I make it every week, and everybody agrees. We've got the forwards now, right now, in place that will score against anybody. They score against anybody. And when you see us winning, when you see it's our forwards who are scoring.
Yeah.
I agree. We don't need anybody, really. If there's anybody needed, it's that Incapi, and that's Zubamendi. If we can get it, fantastic. That's, we've got to bring in somebody, to refresh, not only to refresh, but to, I've always said this, injuries.
Yeah.
Injuries, and give the lads a little rest, As George mentioned there, you bring up, you've got to, interchange these lads.
Yeah.
Keep them out for a game, put them on the bench, give them a little rest, play it, play that. This is what it's all about. But you've got to have the squad. You've got to have the squad depth.
Yeah. Injuries is the problem. You're right, Frank. Look at Harvey Elliott. Brilliant that he's had two serious injuries. One a couple of years ago, we put him out for a long time. And this latest one, which he's just about to come back from, I can't wait to see him back again. Because that's like signing a new player. Because you've not had him at all this year, hardly.
Gerald says he's read your book, or have you got any more of yours?
Well, have I got any more books, you mean? Yeah, I've got books, yeah.
No, it means he's read it. But have you got any more,
any more books? There's only one life story, Darryl, I'm afraid. I know I've had 3 lives with my pneumonia and heart bypasses and cancer and all that, but I'm afraid I've only had one life to write about. So once that's written, it's written, I'm afraid. I'll leave Jeff Goulding to write his books.
Jeff Goulding, yeah.
More talented than me.
But I think I've got another story, to be honest, George. I really do.
I could do, I suppose. I haven't got too much time left, Frank, have I?
And as the KP says, it's a physical game. Bumps and bangs happen. Of course they happen.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Of course they happen. That's a good point, that, actually.
You can't say it's the man's game now.
And no, believe it, at Brighton, it's Zubamendi. He'll do me. Zubamendi. I'd like him. But then again,
that left winger of Brighton's a good player. It's a Matima, Japanese lad.
Maybe, even in Franco, Jorginho, and Shawnino.
I'm getting jerseys with that on the back of it. So yeah.
You should, you should.
We're getting those jerseys.
There's number 9.
And Darryl saying it'll be Kerkez and Zubamendi in January, Marmouche in the summer.
I wish I had your optimism, Darryl, on that one.
A lot hangs on the fact of these 3 lads signed a new contract, to be honest.
Yes. Yeah.
That's the big issue.
And as Norman says, the injuries are because of too many international breaks for many players. You're right there. And the Anfield Roar says, if I was going to say who's the best prospect for us at left back, it is Jarrell Hatto from Ajax. I'm also really keen on Brian Brobby, also from my.
These guys exist.
From Ajax, both excellent prospects.
I'm going to have to.
He's brilliant, Anfield Roar. He must really have a handle on the European game more than I do.
Sure,
no, there's actually a Brian. There's a Brian Brubry. He is there. He is there.
Oh yeah, I'm only kidding, Sean. I know.
I genuinely thought that this was another fake name he was doing.
Yeah, some good Dutch players. Yeah.
IBR says, a question for the panel.
Okay.
Would you sell Gomez to Newcastle and try and get Bruno Guimaraes in January? George.
No, I wouldn't sell Gomez because he's too flexible. He can play anywhere virtually, and they're very valuable players. He can come in left back, centre half, midfield, right back. I do admire Guimaraes. By the way, he's a great player. I mean, I'd love to have him. But I certainly wouldn't swap him for Gomez.
Yeah, I wouldn't sell Gomez.
No, I like Joe. He's a great servant to the club.
Yeah, I'd put him in another contract.
I wish he'd score a goal, though.
Yeah, that'd be
got
great.
The crowd shout and shoot.
Well, I'm scared City will persuade Zubamendi, says James.
Well, it's always a danger.
And Guimaraes is a no for me because I've never seen a centre midfielder lose the ball as much as him in his own half. He causes Newcastle problems by being too casual in his own half, says there.
He ran the game for Newcastle against Notts Forest, the 1-4-1 a few weeks ago.
FM. I think that's a new lad. I've never, or girl, I don't know. FM. I've never seen FM before. Allison is back. Does he start on Sunday, Sean?
I think it'd be really unfair for Kelleher to lose his place, but when you have the best keeper in the world and your number one is Alisson, yeah, he starts.
Okay. What about you, George?
Well, I'm thinking, like as Sean said, it's a bit unfair and that Kelleher could be left out after the way he's performed him. But I think if Alisson's 100% fit, he probably will start. But maybe he should start against Madrid and put Kelleher in on Saturday. I don't know.
That's a good point, though.
Gives him an extra bit of time as well.
Yeah, a little bit of extra time. I know that he's training and everything else, and he is fit again. And he could be on the bench.
Yeah.
At the weekend and come in against Real. And I don't think Quavine will be, that disappointed because he knows that he's the number two. He knows this. And I think Liverpool are a happy squad, actually.
Yeah.
You see them.
Sure, definitely.
We see them, George and Sean. You see them on the bench. I was looking at something today, and Liverpool, only on YouTube, little highlights of all the games that we played up to now, including the Champions League. And you see the bench, it goes to the bench sometimes. I like this, to meet up.
Yeah, they're all together, aren't they?
Yeah.
Which is why I don't believe for 1 minute the stuff that's come out of the Telegram from Paul Joyce that Jurgen Klopp ever considered Anthony as a replacement for Mo Salah. No, I don't believe that at all.
No.
I think it is just sensationalizing Edwards. I think it's a really, really it's a kind of a vicious pop at Klopp, and he's not there. And I think it's just a big up Edwards because obviously he's going to be questioned coming this window, and there's no way that Anthony would have ever gone to Liverpool. There's no way.
Not in a million years. No, I agree, Sean.
Well, Benny65 says if he's fit, he starts. That's Ali, by the way. But anyway, James says he starts in my eyes, but Kelleher walks into 95% of Prem teams. Yeah, you're right.
Great.
Teams. And Laura says Guimaraes is not for me, as well. He's not for me, to be honest. I didn't. And FM. Southampton, Man City, Newcastle and Everton. How many points can we get? Sure.
12.
I think we get all 3 points on all the games. But I'm a bit unsure with Man City.
No, I'm sure against Man City. We're at Anfield.
We do well against them at Anfield generally.
Yeah, and it's not that we're playing well as well.
The crowd will be up for that big time.
And they're not playing so well. This is what you've got to look at. And I think that they're there for the taking. I think we'll beat them.
Take it serious, though. They're all tough games, aren't they? You
know. Yeah. Well,
this game's the next one at the moment. You can't look beyond the next one, can we?
No, and I mean that's the thing. I mean, I was only talking with the lads in AKM LFC there, and I was kind of giving my prediction with Brandon, Mighty Reds, and I reckon, we will beat Southampton 4-0. But Southampton, I mean, could be another Nottingham Forest if we underestimate them and not play to our potential. So, I mean, there could be a banana skin there somewhere. We just got to play each game as it comes, as you said, George, and take it like that, really,
Southampton game is just as important as the City game. It's 3 points.
Exactly.
And we can't afford to lose that Southampton game. That would be a disaster.
There's a good point here. 2 good points here by the lads. Norman, remember when Newcastle were 12 points clear in January 96? They signed Asperilla, and it's unbalanced the team. So we must be careful of the personality we sign.
He's right, Norman.
I agree there, but we're not going to sign the likes of Mbappe. And he would unbalance the side. He's got a big ego. And I think the likes of that Zubimendi lad, I don't think he'll have an ego, to be honest. I think he'll just come straight in. In Cappy, I don't think that lad's got an ego problem either. And I think the 2 of them would just, excuse the pun, would just slot it.
Yeah.
I really do.
But
the Anfield Roar sees. I believe if Trent is going like I now believe, I think people should not be hoping for a signing replacement. Going straight to you, George. We have Bradley and Gomez to cover at right back in the right back area. Our owners love our academy. There's a little. I think it's good. It's a very subtle dig at the owners as well there.
Yeah.
So what do you think there, George? About Bradley and Gomez, and not we don't have to rely on getting a fullback if a right back, that is, if Trent does eventually move.
Yeah, it's difficult to say. I mean, Bradley, I love Bradley. I think he's definitely the future. I don't think Bradley playing would weaken the team, really. I mean, he's a full international now, and a well-respected Irish international at the highest level. Proved himself at Anfield and in the team. Anytime he's played, he's never let us down. So I'm quite happy if Trent does go that he'll slot in. But that then just leaves probably Gomez as the alternative. So you might need to sign somebody else. If Trent goes, to shore up that back line.
What do you say, Sean?
Yeah, I agree with George on that one. I mean, if Trent goes in January, which I'm not too sure he will, I think we'll hold on to Bradley. I don't think we'll be getting a replacement, but it is important to hold on to Gomez. Perhaps get another centre back or a left back. That is important. But yeah, our owners do love our academy. They do sell them up and offload them rather than develop them, which is a pity.
Okay. Let me just read a couple here, then we'll go straight to you, George. After the international pullout, pullouts by City, Arsenal and Chelsea, all with mysterious injuries to 3 of their players. I'd expect these sides to right up our backsides right now. So we've got to keep going. Yeah, I agree there. If we sign a player, I want you to comment on both of these, by the way. If we sign a player, he needs to come from a side that plays a similar system and can inject energy into our squad. George.
Yeah. All the teams that we're up against at the moment are going to be fighting hard. I mean, Arsenal has gone through a tricky time, really, and so have City. That ain't going to last forever. They'll start winning again. And as you say, they've had a rest now with some of these players pulling out. Whereas our players, for example, Curtis Jones, he's been playing in both the games. So yeah, we're going to have to be on our mettle. We're going to have to get up to speed quick. We can't relax. And as I just saw one of the lads, I think it was Anfield Row, he said that we need to be there for Southampton because that's the most important game, as it's the next one. And I agree with that. So we really need to get ready for Saturday, get them 3 points in the bag, and then see where that takes us. We'll then have Elliott back. We'll have hopefully Jota back. The other guys hopefully stay uninjured, and we've got a full squad near enough to go into the big games against Madrid and City.
Brilliant. What's your take on that there, Sean?
Is this the question for the panel there? It's imperative for us to strengthen in January, or do you think we're okay? I think it's always important to strengthen our squad in January. I think it will start to really it'll certainly give us a better run of things coming to the last part of the season, where we tend to kind of lose momentum, or we have injuries, niggling injuries. Obviously City are having that, Arsenal are kind of having that. So I think it's very important that we strengthen. Do I think we will do that? No. Do I think we'll be okay if we don't strengthen in January? I think it'll be difficult. It'll be more difficult for us. But then again, Slot has been kind of pulling out the miracles so far. So who knows?
Well, I think the key word's there, imperative. That's the key word. And I believe it is imperative that we do so.
I go along with you, Frank. Yeah, I think so, definitely.
Definitely. And FM, this is a whopper. What do you make of Arne Slot so far? How much would you rate him out of 10? Sean?
Well, I wouldn't rate him out of 10. So far. Well, I mean, you have to go on what he's done at the moment. We're top of the league. We're top of the Champions League. So on that basis, 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10.
Absolutely. That's a cracker. And you're 10 out of 10 as well, George.
Absolutely. Got to, haven't you? Got to. 5 points clear. Top of the European League.
Yeah.
1 defeat in 16 games. Up to the moment, if that's where you're judging him on, it's got to be 10 out of 10. He should have won the Manager of the Month last month. They give it to the guy from Notts Forest.
He's been robbed of that. I mean, you talk about the Ballon d'Or. Sweet suffering God. I mean, I don't know what Arne Slot has to do to get player or Manager of the Month. I mean, it's ridiculous. I don't know how.
What's Liverpool got to do? Mo Salah wasn't even in the bloody names.
Top 30. He wasn't in the top 30.
You have people like Pat Rice from Arsenal, people like that, not in the same league as Mo Salah. God almighty.
It says it's absolutely ridiculous, because when you look at the likes of Mo Salah not being in the top 30, I think it's ludicrous. And people say that Liverpool fans are paranoid, but when you're looking at things like that, and when you're looking at the likes of VAR, and when you're looking at the likes of what that Coote said,
there's got to be an agenda. There's got to be an agenda somewhere there.
There completely is, and I mean, there's no, like, I mean, if you look at the stats and the figures that don't lie, you would clearly see that Mo Salah is the best player out there with the numbers that he's racking up as a right winger, and he's now a striker, is just phenomenal. And for, you know, I mean, I know Trent said that one of his ambitions is to win the Ballon d'Or. Mate, I wouldn't bother. The Ballon d'Or is an absolute facade. It's an absolute joke, and it's all politics at the end of the day.
Yes.
And it has about as much relevance as the Nations Cup. I've no interest in who wins what with the Ballon d'Or or who gets in what squad. There's no squad. There's no top squad without Mo Salah. None.
No.
Well, I be actually, Slot gets a 9 out of 10 for me. James says 9+. And Benny 65. I reckon whoever picks manager of the month is goals as a cute.
I don't know who does it, but by God.
That's a crack. That's a cracker.
Look at that.
Great chat. Anyway, the Anfield says, question for our great panel. With the emergence of Gravenberch, do you all believe it is now allowed our owners to shove the pennies further down the sofa? I hope their hands are forced. I'll go with that. Yes, that's a cracking question, that, and it is forcing. Look, I've been screaming out. So let me just say this: I was screaming out for 3 years for midfielders, and they never came. They didn't come. They didn't go. And even when Klopp said to the journalist on the penultimate day of the closing of the window a couple of years ago, you were right, I was wrong. That means, you know, about midfielders talking about. I'm not saying he said it to me, but I was screaming out for midfielders. Yeah, if they see everything's all right, they will not spend a penny. That's our owners. They won't spend a penny. So what do you think, Sean? You know, will it, you know, as he puts it, the analogy, will the pennies keep going down the sides of the sofa?
Absolutely. I think it's a fantastic question by Anfield Roar, although he's trying to get Frank's watch off me. I absolutely think that it's any old excuse. Now, I don't really think that John W. Henry or Tom Warner are watching this in Boston and saying, oh, well, Gravenberch is after saving us some money because now we don't need to get a defensive midfielder. I personally think that Edwards or whoever else, have you not that in the post for me, Frank? No? That's
kick me, is it?
Hey, Sean, I might come with a late run, you know. I might come with a late run.
I don't know, George.
January the 1st, you can do a complete change of the team. I've got my tactics ready.
I don't know. I'm ready for them. But no, I think there will be plenty of excuses made for the owners to keep their pennies where it is and not buy a defensive midfielder.
Well, I think they should buy a defensive midfielder because we need somebody that can control the ball and let Gravenberch go further forward. Because I know he's been brilliant in what he's been doing, but he's a better player going forward because he runs forward beautifully and he shouldn't be tied to, you know, doing a defensive midfield role. It's not his natural role. He wants somebody that can just get hold of the ball and hold on to it, direct the traffic from the midfield, calm it down. That sort of a player we haven't got at the moment.
No, we haven't. I was watching Steven Gerrard in an interview on LFC TV, and he was saying about Xabi Alonso when he was playing with him. He said he's the best passer of a ball I've ever seen. The best passer. And he said he made me play the way it was. He made me. And he gave, which is spot on, about Didier, man. He said, he made me play better than, because, and he said, Mansion Mascherano, because he knew that they were safe behind him.
They were great, weren't they?
Safe, and that's why I'm saying now we need Gravenberch is playing well, get great, brilliant, made up. But we need a DM. We need another one. We need someone. I wish that the likes of Joe Gomez could play in a DM, but he's not that type of player.
No.
No, so we do need a DM, but we need a versatile DM. And that Zubamendi is a versatile DM, if you know what I mean. So we need the likes of him to carry on with what we've got now. Because the word before, the key word was imperative. And that's what we need for January. Imperative that we do bring in quality players. I don't want loanies. I don't want any of them because they can't get into their own team.
Yeah, all our great teams from the 80s, especially, they all had great DMs. They had McMahon, they had Jimmy Case, Souness. All those guys, were great in that position.
Every one of them, every single. That's why we were so successful.
Yeah,
so successful, and we were successful as well with when Gini Wijnaldum was playing. We never replaced him, and look what we won with him.
And I think, what you're going to hear now in January is, it's always difficult to bring in players in January. You have to spend more and, players aren't going to want to leave in January, that kind of thing. And, it's very difficult to bring in players with the type of quality that would be able to, get into the squad. So you'll hear all of that. And you're probably hearing it already if you read that clickbait. But it is imperative that we strengthen the squad in January.
Yeah, one of the things they keep saying in FSG is allocation of resources. Got to make sure the allocation of our resources is planned. At the end of the day, like with Mo Salah, it's a simple thing, isn't it? Simple. It's not complicated. Just give him the money.
Exactly. I mean, but George,
he wants to stay. His family loves Liverpool. His kids love Liverpool. He's settled here. He loves playing. He says himself he wants to break records. So the only thing that could be stopping it is FSG not being prepared to give him at the moment what he wants. But I hope it comes down to negotiation and the reaching agreement on a figure, either the length of the contract or the money in the contract, and get him signed up. Just got to get him signed up. Same with Virgil and Trent if they can.
Well, the fear is, I think, George, is that have they even approached Salah with the contract, or
there must be talks. There must be talks going on somewhere.
Yeah, there's definitely so. I think there's talks with the
moment. There must be talks going on. Yeah, it'd be negotiation at the moment.
But I mean, sorry.
Don't forget, they weren't going to sign him last time. They had to negotiate for ages to get him to sign on the last contract. So it's.
Well, FM says Mo Salah the best to have ever played for Liverpool in the Premier League?
I'll tell you what, he must be close to it. The only two I would say would be Stevie, obviously. Did he play in the Premier League, Steve? Just about. Yeah, he played in the Premier League, didn't he?
Yeah.
And
Suarez and Steven Gerrard.
Same category as Mo, but he didn't obviously play for more than a season. But at a level, I was watching some of his goals today. A compilation of his goals. It was just unbelievable. But I agree, Mo I think is the best.
Yeah.
His record speaks for himself.
But they have like the money that FSG have saved up on offloading the likes of Thiago, the likes of Matip, and other players that they have offloaded and let go over the last season or so. There's no excuse that they can't afford to give a suitable contract for Mo, for Trent, and for Virgil for them to stay. And this rubbish that we don't want to break the transfer structure. Well, that's a load of rubbish. And
that's nonsense.
It's again lowering the expectation of the club and making us out to be, billionaires shopping in Aldi's or Lidl's, which there's nothing wrong with shopping in Aldi's or Lidl's, but we're a £5 billion club. We're not a 300 million club. So we got to stop thinking like that.
We're one of the biggest clubs in world football.
One of the top three, yeah.
You know, that's what we are. One of the top clubs in the world. World of football, club football, that is. And, you know, you can't get any bigger than that, if you know what I mean. But, you know, we should be buying these players because we can afford them. I just don't like the model of the owners.
I do think, Frank, if they don't sign them, there'll be a bit of a revolution in the support. There'll be trouble if they let these three lads go for nothing. You know, I think Sean said in our last pod, how many million pounds is that? A couple $100 million, and players go for nothing.
But George, I really don't understand why there hasn't been like a maybe not a revolution, but a protest against these owners already. I mean, they've done. I mean, okay, that they take a lot of credit over the success that Klopp brought to the club, not what FSG brought, but what Klopp brought to the club. That took a lot of heat off them, but they still did an awful lot of things that, to me, is inexcusable. The formation or the attempted formation of the Super League, knowing full well that when they signed when they took over Liverpool Football Club and signed with the Premier League, that they knew that any breakaway league from the Premier League would mean expulsion from that league. That would have been our whole history, our whole heritage destroyed. Now,
yeah,
if anyone
I agree.
If anyone can back that up, good luck to you. I can't.
No.
I can't.
Well, anyway, Gerald Merry says Curtis Jones is undroppable.
I agree.
IBR says, I'd rather win Frank's Premier League watch than the Ballon d'Or.
Here.
There's more prestige, IBR, to that watch than there is the Ballon d'Or.
And it works better.
It works better, exactly. And the thing is the actual winner deserves to win it.
That's right.
So, you know, there's more prestige to Frank's watch. I wouldn't go even insulting Frank's watch, that comparison.
I was listening to Jamie Redknapp the other day trying to justify Salah's world-class ability to another ex-player. I mean, how can he still need justification? Mo is great, end of. He is a world-class player.
Yeah.
I was listening. I was watching. What game was it? I forget what bloody game it was. It was only today or yesterday, whenever it was. You know, on that LFC TV, and Gary Gillespie, and it was when. Well, anyway, Mo Salah crossed the ball, right, and it went to Curtis Jones, and he scored. Then he scored, and the most against Chelsea it was, and it was the most ridiculous comment I've ever heard. A co-commentator said, and it was Gary Gillespie. Do you know what he said? Have a look at it again when you see highlights. He says, if you listen to it, like, he said, I think that Mo was putting us over to Darwin Núñez. What the fuck?
Crazy.
I went, why did he say that? Why did he say that? And another thing, about Darwin, I think it was against Brighton when Darwin, flicked the ball over the fella's head. Brilliant it was, and he went away. And then he cut in and hit it with his left. And the goalkeeper made a fantastic save. And Gary sat around and went, now, if he was to cut in from the left, if he was to put it over to his left and hit it, it would have given him a better angle. And I thought, for fuck's sake, what?
A better angle for what? Like, I mean, I
have a fucking clue. I think he's after asking Gary, right to LFC TV. And what do you mean by that comment?
But I mean, there's a lot of stuff even from Talk Sport and all of that, and Troy Deeney and talking absolute Pony and Ali McCoist as well. There is a lot. I mean, it's not being paranoid. There is a lot of bias and a lot of hate towards Liverpool. I mean, there's no two ways about it.
Yeah. Salah is only 7 goals behind Billy Little.
Yeah.
The stats are ridiculous, incredible.
Yeah.
I was watching TalkSport the other day, and the guy, they used to own Crystal Palace, I forget his name now. He was talking about, he was saying Mo's not world class. He doesn't play for a world class international team, so he hasn't had a chance to prove himself on the international stage. How stupid is that?
Yeah.
Well, that's like saying, the same about George Best. Exactly.
That's exactly what. I mean?
And George Best was like, I mean, Christ Almighty, you could never say anything. I mean, a Liverpool fan saying about a former United player, he was amazing, absolutely amazing.
Of course, he was Georgie Best.
Georgie Best, the best players I've ever seen.
Yeah,
he was an incredible player. Just imagine what he could be doing today on today's team.
Yeah, in these conditions today, yeah.
But the same goes for any of our Liverpool lads. You go back to the Shankly days.
Yeah.
And one of the greatest wingers, in my opinion, I'm not saying about Carlyle here, I'm saying about Peter Thompson.
Exactly.
He was incredible, eh?
Fantastic.
Can you imagine him on today's turf rather than the mud and everything else?
Yeah, he was an athlete.
I think Alan Varela is a good fit for us alongside Mac and Gravenberg, says IBR. And the Anfield Roar, Frankie and Sean, old George and myself are joining forces in the FPL. And that's his name.
Not a wrinkle on my face. Only freckles.
You can get 5G in my wrinkles.
Darryl says, I just hope McAllister comes back on form because he has been off it in the past 6 weeks.
He was playing for Argentina and Messi scored 5.
Yeah, I watched that. Well, I only watched the highlights,
Could have been 6. Nearly.
Could have been 6, yeah. Could have easily have. And he was laughing, wasn't he? Must have seen. Man, they were only playing Estonia, like. But
you'd probably get the Ballon d'Or.
International, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
You'd probably get the Ballon d'Or next year just for that.
Most probably. James says, Trent wants to be the highest paid player in the Premiership, which is not going to happen. That's why he's gone.
Has he ever said that?
I can't see him saying things like that.
No. I've never heard him say that.
No,
I've heard him say he wants to be winning the Ballon d'Or, but I've not heard him say he wants to be the highest paid player.
It's not about money.
Darryl says, sorry, but in my opinion, Salah is the best ever in the Premiership, better than Stevie and Suarez.
It's a fair comment, Darryl.
Well, I think if you look at
Suarez, it's a brave comment. It's a brave comment for Steven Gerrard. What Zinedine Zidane said at the time, he said, Steven Gerrard is the best midfielder of today's generation.
Yes, I go along with that as well. He was incredible.
He was unbelievable, Steven Gerrard. Unbelievable. Yeah, yeah.
And didn't play in such a good team either.
No, he didn't. But I mean, he managed to get the results.
Yeah.
Well, no one says I've seen Gerrard play right back for us, right mid for us, centre mid, up top as a linked striker, and in each position he was miles ahead of anyone on the pitch. He's so right.
Yeah.
That's a great comment, Norman.
Even in the Legends game.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, but as he said, he wasn't egotistical, especially as I was listening to that interview when he was saying who made him play better. Without them, It could have been just an ordinary player. And that was the likes of Diddy. That was the likes of Mascherano. That was the likes of... I missed about what he was saying about Suarez, not Suarez. Suarez and Torres as well. I only got caught it, but these players. But the high praise he gave Mascherano, Dizzy Aman, and the other fella.
Yeah.
Xabi Alonso. It was incredible, and that's good coming from a player. You know what I mean? Who said
Cool.
that made me play better. Which is great. FM. How many points realistically we should be ahead of the filthy oil bully and Arsenal to say the league is ours?
Well, if you beat Southampton and beat City, we'll be 8 points clear of City. But I don't think it's over till it's over at all. You couldn't answer that question because football's not like that. Anything can happen.
Well, Norman said, when he was given out of 10, when someone asked about what would you give Slot, 10 out of 10, whatever it was, out of 10. Norman said, I'm not going to give him a score until the season finishes.
Yeah.
Because as we've always said, you don't win leagues or any other trophy.
You're judged on trophies as a manager.
Yeah, that's what it is.
As long as the points we have are ahead. Sorry, I'm getting awful feedback there on the mic there. Is there an echo?
No, it's okay.
Okay.
No,
it's okay.
All right.
As long as we have enough points that means that we're ahead of them in the table. Like, I couldn't care less if it's down to 1 point or 10. But I mean, we have to fight for every single point and obviously make sure that the players that we have are fit. And of course, it is important that we strengthen in January.
I do think, though, Sean, if we win the next 2 league games, we will be hard to catch. Yeah. Because it's quite a lot to catch 3 games. And we've got a better goal difference as well.
Yeah.
But then I'm just worried that
significantly better goal difference at the moment.
I'm just worried, George, that then we lose momentum or we then have a dip in form and then we just let back. That's what I'm worried about. Or that we pick a few injuries and then don't perform well. That's what I'm really concerned about.
Well, everybody's saying that. I'm not talking about our lads, any Liverpool supporters. I'm talking about other supporters. They're saying Liverpool's got to have a purple patch sometime. They're going to come to it,
Yeah.
And,
we did last year, didn't we?
Yeah, but that was through fatigue and injuries. And this is what concerns me. It's always been a concern of mine. The likes of fatigue, the likes of injuries. No matter how, if we don't buy anybody, put it this way, if we don't buy anybody, no matter what Sloot does, sorry about this, no matter what Sloot does, right, by playing this slow football, slow builds up, and he's saying, people are saying, it's just conserve energy. That's fine, but you need players to come off the bench for energy. And this is what I'm saying. This is why we need at least 2, 3 players. One's no good. We need 2 at least in January. And that's why the Anfield Roar said it's imperative that we do.
Can't see that.
And he says, Stevie G, this is the Anfield Roar answering. Stevie G is the best player to play at our club, I believe. Just add the unfortunate timing of being in some of this club's worst periods of squads. Istanbul alone is why, and everything else. That's right there, lad. Roar, and he's Norman replying, he was brilliant. And he just sums everything up.
That's a great
tackle, pass, shoot, head. He would have won the Grand National if he had held.
That's a great comment.
Yeah, you're right as well. I can imagine Shankly saying that.
Do you reckon what James saying here, lads? Mo doesn't get the respect he deserves because he plays for us. But you ask anyone to name a Premier 11 guaranteed Mo is in that team.
Yes, absolutely right. Can't think of any team wouldn't want him in the team.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I feel sorry for Mo, though, you know, as you mentioned about the Ballon d'Or, I think it's rather sad that he wasn't even considered for the top 30.
Well, it shows you.
So, you know, but I don't think that it could affect players, if you know what I mean, that, you know, who deserve to be in the top 3, never mind the top 30.
Yeah.
And it could affect players if they're not even picked in the top 30. But I don't think anything affects Mo Salah.
Nothing affects him now. He's dedicated.
It's a bit. Sorry, Frank. I mean, the Ballon d'Or is a bit like the Eurovision. I mean, it's no more about, you know, a music contest or the quality of the song. It's kind of like a political reach around, you know, neighboring countries will vote for each other and what have you. And I really think that the Ballon d'Or is the exact same. I think that there's no prestige to it. And I think anyone that gets caught up in that, I think it's lost all prestige because it's I think it's a complete setup and it's biased. There's no way that Mo Salah at the end of his career should be left with no Ballon d'Or. No way in hell.
I agree, Sean. I mean, you know, Real Madrid didn't even go to the ceremony because they thought Vinicius Jr. should have won it. So they never pitched up. That's how stupid it is. And it seems to Messi and Ronaldo shared it between them for umpteen years. It's a bit like Anton Deck. You know, every bloody year they get picked. And Ronaldo's over the hill now. Messi is not quite over the hill, but he's fading. So, you know, who's next? It's got to be Mo.
Yeah.
But like I think, didn't Salah have better stats than your man from Real Madrid?
Yeah.
So
goals and assists.
You know, come on.
Well, if Slew can't get managers a month, you know, nothing surprises any supporter. Nothing. And Christopher there says Salah up there with the best ever for the club, and we get to watch him every week.
Yeah, it's a joy.
That's it. Great comment, that, Christopher. Thank you for that. And Norman says Little and Gerrard did very similar things in many ways for us. Both took us by the scruff and said, "Come on, come with me, carrying the side," because Little played before Shanks invigorated us, and he did. Billy Little.
Spot on.
Billy Little. The Anfield. George, you being Scottish, and my dad is Scottish, and he says about dope. He says, Jimmy Johnston, reincarnation. I see so many of them. What did I say to George?
Yeah, we were talking about that the other night at your place, weren't we? He's just a carbon copy of Jinky Johnson, at that age. He's going to be a fantastic player if he keeps clear of injury. He is a fantastic player anyway. I'm really optimistic for him.
It's unbelievable, isn't it, really? You know, and they're saying the same.
His dad's right. Have you seen Jimmy Johnson? He was incredible.
But the Anfield Masters like around the same age group, you know, who've seen Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah.
The likes of Sean hadn't seen him. He was an incredible player.
Always tied to his feet and jinked round in circles, beat players twice. Oh.
Well, I said that to you ages ago, George, didn't I? I said he's like Jimmy Johnson. Would you agree?
Go on YouTube, Sean. Go on YouTube and let's look for Jimmy Johnson highlights. Watch some of what he did. It's unbelievable.
I will. I've been given a bit of homework there by Frank to watch a few films, so I managed to get that done. So I'll do the YouTube thing now.
I
You
mean,
let me know what you think. It's incredible.
if I have grandchildren one day, I will say to them, I watch Steven Gerrard play every week.
Oh,
Yeah. What bigger praise? What bigger praise?
Well, when I was when I brought my granddaughter, to the game against Southampton last season in the cup, and seen Jurgen Klopp, seeing him, and I went, "There's Jurgen Klopp there," and she went, "Oh, is it?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "You can always say that you've seen Jurgen Klopp in Anfield."
Yeah.
And I think that'll resonate with her because she's like a sponge, is Sophie. And I think that'll resonate with her. And it's just like what I have. If I have grandchildren one day, I will say to them, "I watched Steven Gerrard play." But then again, I watched Liverpool under the management of Bill Shankly.
Yeah. So you've got like Bill Shankly and Klopp. Bill Shankly and Klopp, very similar. And I hope
Oh,
Slot becomes very similar to Bob Paisley.
oh,
That's
wouldn't
what
it
I
be
hope.
amazing if that happened?
Wouldn't it? Wouldn't it just be fantastic?
God.
well, a few supporters, unfortunately, I'm not being horrible when I say this, but a few supporters are already comparing Sloot with Bob.
No, you can't. You
Can't
can't.
do that
It's
now. Jeez.
impossible. It's impossible. No
19,
one can. No one
19
can. You couldn't even
the
compare
European Cup.
Ferguson with Bob. You know what I mean? Ferguson couldn't even be compared
No.
to.
No.
Even in Frank, your favourite Manchester United supporter from Belfast, Richard Hawkins. Hello, Richard. Hope you're
We've
well.
all got a torch to carry, Richard.
Oh,
You're carrying a big one.
See, we were saying there, Sean and I, no, George is the only guest on the panel who's never controversial, but he's just got out.
Oh, he's in there. Absolutely. Why not?
He's there.
Well, I mean, they're in a pretty sorry state at the moment, aren't they? Let's be honest about it.
But they're
I'm
going to
not
win the
saying it'll
league.
last. I'm sure they'll come back from the dead, but they're going to take a bit of time.
They're going to win the league. They have Amarin. They're going to do an open bus tour now around Manchester with Amarin there. They're going to lift Amarin up like that.
I read today that they're not going to buy anybody now. They're going to live with the players they've got this season. So good luck with that.
Listen,
Now, here's a cracking thing here. And he's answering the Anfield Raw to Norman about Stevie. I hope he comes back to this club someday. Don't like him out there, away from our club. Sean.
He has a long way to go, from a managerial point of view, to be anywhere near the quality we need him to be. Some of the best players don't translate all that well in managerial roles. I somehow don't think, with all due respect to the SPL, that a stint in the SPL and then the Saudi League is going to really cut it for the Premier League. We saw him at Villa. He didn't do all that great. I'd like to see him back at the club, but only if it's right for the club. And if
in some sort of capacity.
At some sort of capacity,
what
absolutely.
Saying, he doesn't want to, next week come back as manager. I don't think he's saying that.
No.
I mean, he'd be fantastic at the academy with the young players and the kids and all that, but I don't think he'd come down to that now. He probably wants to be more ambitious. But I mean, imagine being coached by Steven Gerrard. If you're
he could be one of the backroom staff.
That's what I mean. Come back to Merseyside, come back on the backroom staff and see where it goes from there.
Do you think, though, that he would go back to that, though, after Man?
No, I don't think so. That's what I'm saying,
Yeah.
I think he's gone beyond that now a bit.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to say before as well, not about Steven Gerrard or anything, but I said that Sloot has a good backroom staff.
Mm.
Yeah. And they're all Dutch. Most of them are Dutch. I know that for a fact. Anyway, Daryl says, can't wait to see this kid from Chelsea, Rio Mbumba. What a talent. I've seen
Yeah,
him.
he is. I saw him up at the academy a few weeks ago. He is fantastic. Saw him in the training.
And Richard Hawkins, he must have been listening to us about Georgie Best. I watch George Best play every week, managed by an ex-Liverpool player called Matt Busby.
Correct. Yeah, absolutely right. Shankly loved Busby, actually, to be honest.
Yeah.
Well, both of them got on.
Yeah, they
But
did.
there was no animosity then, was
No.
there? If you know what I mean. There
Similar
was
background
respect.
from Scotland,
Yeah,
mining
there was
villages.
lots of
Working
respect.
class.
Jock Stein as well.
He was
Lots
another
of-
one, yeah. 3 of them got on well.
It's incredible, isn't it, how these, great managers, the likes of Busby, the likes of Jock Stein and Shankly, them three.
Yeah, fantastic. Fantastic.
Unbelievable. Anyway, yeah, it's going to be a welcome to Salford for Amarim, like Man City's a welcome to Manchester. For I forgot his name, it's popped out of my head. Boys, help me please. The player who came with Mascherano.
Mascherano. Alonso, Mascherano, they came together, didn't they?
It's going to be welcome to Salford for Amarim. Obviously Manchester United, like Man City done. Welcome to Manchester for, I forget his name, and I popped out in there for boys. Help me please. The player who came with Mascherano.
Came to Liverpool.
No, came to Man City.
I can't understand it. I think the manager who went to Manchester City, Pellegrino, was it? Pellegrini? No. Pellegrini? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry, James. I really don't. I think the California sun got us all the tropical orange juice.
There was another Italian managed them, wasn't there?
Oh, Tevez. Do you mean when Mascherano came?
Tevez, Argentinian.
Little Chavez. Yeah, Tevez. Yeah.
He was a good player.
Yeah.
There was no love lost then when he went from Manchester United to City. I'll tell you that. That was a brave move.
No.
Remember him, yeah.
I remember Dennis Law going to Manchester City.
Yeah.
And I'll never forget it. It was like match, when the Gerald Sinstad had the matches on a Sunday and watching it. And the ball came over. This is at Old Trafford. The ball came over and Dennis Law just scores one of those goals that he used to score. Fantastic player.
Fantastic. My idol.
And it was the goal that put Manchester United down when they went into the second division.
He didn't celebrate.
He backheeled it in.
He did backheel it. He did. Mascherano and Tevez went to West Ham together. Yeah, they did, and left together as well. We went out, Rafa Benitez went after Mascherano. We got the better deal, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah.
We got the better deal there.
He is fantastic.
Hang on, let's see what Man United fans say. Our Belfast lad. I've always loved going to Anfield football, passion, but afterwards I have always been treated like a king. Lovely people, lovely chat. Isn't that lovely?
That's a lovely comment.
I bet he goes like that, when he's outside the ground.
Doesn't matter. He's got class.
I'm a Liverpool supporter. I won't be glad. I'm not a Man United. That's what he said.
No, he probably doesn't wear the jersey.
Is that an Irish accent that you're putting on, Frank? Because that's dreadful. That's dreadful. The Belfasters, how you doing now?
So that's Sean.
Is he gone?
Yeah, Sean, he said we can't act the goat.
Yeah, he's back.
I'm after getting me time out.
I don't know how to do that, Sean, how to leave the screen and come back.
Yeah,
I just walk away. I just walk away and come back.
I was in the lobby where I kind of thought about my sins, and I have to come back now like a scolded child.
But anyway, the outfield are at the moment. Sloot is having an armchair ride with Klopp's immaculate squad building. I feel his efficiency is one true skill so far, but I want to see him when the characters Klopp built are gone.
Yeah, well, Klopp built a team, didn't he? He built a team. He pulled the youngsters through from the academy, and he built that squad. So that's what Slot will have to do in the future.
Well, okay. Summer, no signings. One signing came in.
Well, next summer.
One signing came in under Sloot.
Yes.
In the summer.
Yeah.
What's happening to him in January?
Well, it sounds like he's gone back to Juventus.
Exactly. I think that says something, in my opinion.
Well, it says an awful lot.
A bit of a token signing, wasn't it? A bit of a token.
It says an awful lot, George, about they're all talking about me being on the naughty step here. It says an awful lot about a policy that does not seem to be working, or there's some questionable decisions made, and not made by the head coach, but the likes of Julian Ward or Hughes, should I say, and Mike Edwards. And I think it needs to they need to look at it, because Arthur Melo and now Chiesa, it's just not good enough.
No.
Yeah, they're getting away with it at the moment because of where the team is. But if that starts to change, the voices of criticism will raise up.
Well, James says Frank put Shaw on the naughty step with no desert after tea. And the Anfield Ross says, blow that watch, Shaw.
Yeah.
He nearly put me on the naughty step on one Saturday when I was doing the movie review, and I rated one of his films that he got me to watch rather poorly. He was like, this. I was like, oh God, okay.
That just shows you everybody's got different tastes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, look, it's the controversial stuff coming in now.
Going to see Milan. Oh,
and
nice.
It's from our Manchester United lad. And he says, Frank, wrong. Frank. Dennis Law did not send us down. Birmingham beat Norwich, so Dennis Law's goal meant nothing. It meant something to beat you. I'm sorry.
Well, Dennis always claimed the credit. He didn't want to, but he seemed to claim the credit.
You know, he was the first player.
Which is probably right. No, I don't know. Probably right.
He was the very first player I've seen. He didn't celebrate the goal.
No.
You know, like the way you do now.
You could see that in his face, couldn't you?
And James says, I heard it's supposedly Inter Milan who's going after Chiesa.
Yeah, that could be right too, to be honest.
And Darryl says it's a 17 million deal.
I'll make a bit of profit there, don't he?
They'll parade around that, saying that we've got a profit and how great businessmen FSG are. The fact that we got profit out of an injury-prone player. I mean,
make about 6 million. Yeah.
You know, you'll see the Fenway Echo writing a 2.
I'll pay for his hotel.
Oh, the Fenway Echo. Oh.
Yeah, I called them the Fenway Echo. Sorry.
And James says, Frank, put Richards on the naughty step until that leaky roof's fixed. I think we need window sills on the Anfield Road.
Oh,
Never
jeez.
mind, I think it's absolutely ridiculous.
It looks a mess, doesn't it?
It's just shocking.
Even like the brickwork, and I didn't get to see it when I was over because it was an evening match, and it was lashing raining, so we just went flying in, but we didn't get to see the brickwork or anything like it, and like the inside of it was all right, it was great, fine, but the outside it looks bad, and I think there's also a leak in the roof as well, not as bad as.
That's what was. They've just fixed the roof, haven't they?
Oh, have they?
Yeah, they fixed the roof.
Okay. Well, it's not as bad as Old Trafford. It's like the Niagara Falls there.
There's an advertisement on the telly, and it's like sticky plaster, like on a roll, and you just put it over like that, and rub it in, and then you pour water on it to see if it leaks. That's how they fixed it, Sean.
It looks great from the cup.
Well, there's no way that the. Sorry, George.
I say it looks great from where we sit, but we're not close up. But it looks good.
Yeah. The Anfield Road says, George, being an ex-pro, good sides run themselves. As an ex-player, what do you feel a manager gives teams? Is it their belief in playing a certain way, or do you believe relationships building?
I think all of these things, to be honest, Anfield, I think the manager's got to build relationships between the team and between the staff. He's got to inspire them, got to bring passion onto the field. He's got to make sure, like Shankly did, you have to run through a brick wall to play for Liverpool. You can't make a mistake. Look what happened to Kwanzaa. One little mistake. So the pressure is always there. So I think the manager's job is imperative. It's no secret that the great successes have been by great managers. Clough at Derby winning European Cup, Ferguson at United, Shankly, Paisley, Klopp, Dalglish at Liverpool. You can go through the lot. There's never been a team won anything with a bad manager, in my view. So the manager is really important, to be honest, Anfield. He sets up the standards of the players, the standards that they live by, how they eat, how they train, how they play, and disciplines them if necessary, and congratulates them if necessary. It's a fine balance. Good question, that.
Yeah, great question, great answer.
It is, absolutely. You can't argue with that. Anfield, mate, you can't argue with that. And that's George's expertise. Darryl says, love you, George Scott. What a man. What you did for me, I'll be forever grateful.
Oh, that's nice. Thanks, Darryl.
And, Richard says, he's getting little digs in there, Richard. My first game was at Main Road in '66. Dennis Law won us the game 1-0. My first game at Anfield was in '67. We won 2-1.
I hope his last game wasn't Old Trafford, didn't they?
The other last month.
But Anfield 7-0, was it?
Oh, yeah, 7-0.
That was really, really embarrassing, that, wasn't it? I loved Gary Neville's face sat next to Carragher commentating.
Yeah, Carragher in the background,
Yeah.
George, I have a mug that I designed. I'll get you a mug there with his face.
They're a great club, Man United, let's be honest about it. I'm only joking.
Of course. We're the Premier's sides, and we're still, when Liverpool play Man United, whether it's at Old Trafford or Anfield, it's the biggest game in the world.
Yeah.
Never forget that. It's the biggest game in the world. Can George play CDM this season instead of buying in January? Yeah.
No problem, Callum.
I think FSG have been in touch.
Well, Norman says, look at Paisley. He was a genius. He told Kenny, keep an eye on the Chelsea keepers. Strays off his line. Second half, Kenny lobs the keepers. Yeah.
Yeah. Genius, Kenny. Genius.
It's great. Mickey M is our Swedish lad. I haven't seen not Yusuf, Ali Nush. Ali. Szoboszlai equalised a penalty for Hungary versus Germany. 1-1. FT up the
Our
end.
boys are doing well in these internationals, aren't they? Robertson, Curtis, Bosley, they're all doing well.
Apart from Kelleher letting 5 goals in on Sunday.
Yeah. He didn't have much of a chance with any of them, to be fair.
No, he didn't.
And as Norman says, just imagine if anyone, I'm saying Norman here, just imagine if, there's a foreigner looking in, and he'd be going, and is Norman, is that how you pronounce Norman? And
the A is silent.
Mickey M, I don't think Mickey M is the. Anyway, I don't care, says Norman, what anyone says. Bob Paisley is the greatest football manager ever.
You can't argue with that on trophies won in the period of time he was manager.
Oh, fantastic.
I loved when they brought out that jersey and they did a CGI version of Bob Paisley coming into the dressing room. I thought that was...
Yeah, I've seen that, Sean. That was quite emotional, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
For me it was, anyway.
Even seeing Roy Evans looking up at yeah.
Yeah, that was a bit of a tear in my eye watching that.
Yeah.
The umpire is replying to James. Cheers, mate. It's always interested me. I feel inspiring persons can take you so far, but you need the ability to. I always look at Keegan as a coach, great inspiring man, but I lacked tactical ability.
Yeah. What a player, though, eh? What a player.
And again, it could be the same for Gerrard as well. I mean, they're talking about Gerrard coming back. Maybe he just does not have it tactically as a manager or a coach.
Yeah. Not guaranteed to make a good manager. Look at Bobby Charlton. He didn't do it.
Exactly.
Well, Richard says, guys, I'm only here to talk about football and I respect your club and your people so much.
Yeah, well, a nice one, that. Well done.
Well done, Richard.
No, that's all we talk. That's all we talk about.
Good banter. Good banter.
Yeah. It is. That's all we talk about, to be honest, Richard. I do.
Yeah.
My first game was under 12s. We played Stoke City, says James A. We played and won 3-1 with me scoring the first and McManaman getting a brace before I messed my career up, unfortunately.
Wow.
How did you mess it up, James? Let us know.
Under 12.
Did you break your ankle or something?
Brilliant.
Unless it's, something different, So
there's a lot can go wrong. It's a long journey to get from that age to into the big time.
Do you know what? I agree here. I agree here with what Mickey M is saying. And it's about Dominic Szoboszlai. He's not getting any credit whatsoever. He's not getting anything. And I think he's a great player,
He is.
He's a fantastic player.
I think we've all agreed on that, Frank. When talking to you, I think we've all been a fan of him. And,
He's the captain of Hungary, isn't he?
Exactly. So, I mean, he can't be that bad if he's the captain.
No, he's a great player. I like
him. I like him. I really like the lad. I'm telling you now. Neil Broderick, Eintracht Frankfurt striker Omar Marmoush wants to join Liverpool. There is a rumour that talks between the two clubs have already started, and the Germaline club wants a fee in the region of 50 to 60 million.
I've heard that, I've heard that today. And I've heard he's a good player, great player.
We'll probably offer 35 million and a bag of Skittles.
No, they want to negotiate, just like over there.
36.
Yeah, Zubamendi. Your answer inspired me to make another cup of tea. You never fancied managing George, says the Anfield Road.
Yeah, I've been asked that. I was asked that a lot, but it wasn't for me. I went down a better path than that.
Oh, there's Leo Scholes. I was seeing him for ages. Hiya, Leos.
Oh, Leo's
goals. What's it always doing? I haven't seen it. Hey, gents, how's it going? It's been a while. I hope all is well with you.
I love him. I love watching him on the show he does with all the other guys. You know, when they're Liverpool reaction to the goals. Some of them are really funny, really good, passion, you know. He's brilliantly on. I do watch that. It's great. We tend to win most of the games, so we tend to get most of the glory. Other teams are moaning because they lose goals.
You want to see me? Honestly, I'm like Rigsby.
Yeah, I'm terrible. My poor wife was fast asleep and I jumped out of the chair when Scotland scored. I thought we were being robbed. Yeah, she does it, yeah, robbers. She does it, robbers.
Your poor wife.
I know, that's a heart attack. I forgot she was there. It was so messed in the game. It was a good game.
Oh dear. So we're all right, Leo's goals. We're all right, fella. We're all right, Leo.
Thank you.
Good to see you, by the way. Good to see you. I wish I had. Do you know what? My subscriptions have gone down again by 7. I can't believe it. I don't know why it happens to me.
It doesn't just happen to you. It's happened to AKM.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying. I don't know why.
Yeah,
I just don't know why. Anyway, Richard says, Frank, remember what I told you last time? If not for Sir Matt Busby, you would not be in Europe. Liverpool voted with the FA to keep English teams out.
When was that?
No, this is when Sir Matt Busby was. I don't know. I don't know whether he was Manchester United manager.
It's going back a bit, isn't it?
When he played for Liverpool, I don't remember anything like that, to be honest. Honestly, I just. You've got to look at
the European Cup started in the late 50s, didn't it?
Yeah, you've got to look at the.
You're saying 1957?
Yeah, because I remember Real Madrid won in 1960 at Hampden Park at about 140,000 there. They beat Eintracht Frankfurt. That was Stefano, Di Stefano, and Hento and all them.
Enzo, the left winger.
Yeah, they were a great team.
Oh, Di Stefano, centre forward.
Yeah. Yeah. Alfredo Di Stefano.
Remember what I told you last time? If not for Sir Matt Busby, you would not be in Europe. Liverpool voted with the FA to keep English teams out. But
I don't know about that, so I can't comment on that. I don't know. About it, Richard.
I can't understand the logic behind it, to be honest, if Liverpool voted to keep out of Europe.
No. Not in my time, anyway.
I had reasonable ability as a 16-year-old, but was told you don't take life serious enough and muck about too much. I don't know what that's all about.
Must have been all the cross-dressing that you were doing, Norm.
My first game was in 1972 versus Birmingham. I think it was 3-2. Ironically, my wife was born in Birmingham.
Wow.
Watch out for the Brummies.
Yeah.
Angela, I know Angela. She's a lovely, lovely person. Really is. That's Neil's wife, by the way. I agree. I am a fan of Dom, says Leo. You know, he's always going to give you 110%. I know and trust the goals will come with the quality he has. Plus, goals hasn't been an issue for us this season with our attack. Leo, that's what I said. You know, I think around the beginning or a quarter into the show about someone mentioned, you know, about getting rid of Slot. Not Slot, I'm sorry. Jota.
Jota,
You know, do you think we should bring and Nunes as well? Do you think we should sell him and bring in another? I said there's no need to because our attack can score against anybody, and they're doing the scoring at the moment. We don't need, you know, other forwards. So you're spot on, Leo. You're spot on. 110% right yourself. Well done.
5 good forwards and Doak to come back.
Well done, Leo. I like that answer. And I think he's brilliant as well. And so does George and so does Sean about the wonderful Dominic Szoboszlai.
Yeah, I've been a fan of his for a while now, and I like what I see with him. He's had a bad run and injuries and whatnot, but so have all players. So
absolutely, that's what happens. You get ups and downs in the career.
Exactly. You just got to stick with them. That's it.
Come back again.
Look, Kenneth Marsh. He's Paisley. Some may argue on the trophies won. The best. Shankly far more than a football manager, infused a city, endeavoured the fans of the game worldwide, give us citizens faith and dignity.
What a great quote. What a great quote. And you're preaching to the converted there, Kenneth, I'll tell you. That's wonderful. And you're absolutely spot on.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
I know I've called Frank Mr. Liverpool, but I mean, if anyone deserved it, I think it's Shankly. So I agree wholeheartedly with what Kenneth said there.
It's always a joy to be in the man's presence.
Oh, you know,
incredible.
It's what he brought. It's what he brought, not just to the club.
Yeah.
But to the fans.
To the fans, yeah. The man in the street.
Even the Evertonians liked them. Even the Evertonians liked them. The blue half of the city. They liked them. You know, I don't know. Shankly, you know, Shankly, look, we know that Bill Shankly built the foundations of what was to come. Yeah. Albeit that we'd won leagues and everything else before. We'd never won the FA Cup or anything like that. Then he won it for us. Then he won the league. Then he won us our first European thing, didn't he? The UEFA Cup.
When he didn't inherit a world-class team, he inherited a second division team. Most of the players going downhill.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And what he said to you, George, you know, they'll know about Liverpool in a while.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, it always amazed me why a man from Glenbuck, from a basic working class background, could come up with that sort of those words at that time. And always remember it.
This is madness. Anyway, let's see what the outfield are. That's to say. They're all talking between
Soonest.
so God just as bad as but Hodgson the worst for me. Thank God for Dalglish parachute and buying Suarez.
Yeah, Roy didn't quite fit Liverpool, did he? He wasn't quite the fit, was he, Roy Hodgson?
No.
He wasn't
I
the right
think he was
personality.
too old. He was too old at the time.
Didn't have the charisma.
No,
He didn't,
and I said at the time, I was on that LFC TV thing, and I said, Roy Hodgson.
I'm glad Slot's starting to show a bit of passion to the fans slowly. You know, he's beginning to go over and punch your fist a bit and smile and hug people, and I hope he builds on that. You need a bit of that.
You do, actually. You do. And applauding them as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, isn't that lovely? Frank. Yeah, Frank. Well, I am subscribed and I have the alerts on. Aren't you lucky?
There you
That's
go.
how Man United fan.
Why not? Why not indeed?
Isn't that lovely?
He loves the game of football.
Yeah. I love our lads. I really do.
Yeah.
Richard Dawkins says, and this is our Man United fan, remember. I think Bill Shankly was not only a great manager, he was also a great human being.
Yeah, and he was true to his beliefs. He stayed in the same house all the time, a semi-detached house in West Derby. Never lived in a palace, never lived in a big house, never preached the wrong message, always stayed true to what he believed in. The team is more important than the individual.
Yeah. And that's why it resonated with the fans.
Yeah.
That's why it resonated with the fans, you know. If you have my background, remember when I had Shankly lives forever.
Oh,
and
yeah.
he lives in their minds, but so does everybody else. Live with us forever. Someone mentioned Billy Little before. He lives forever.
He was a simple man as well. Billy, he became a bursar at Liverpool University, didn't he?
Yeah.
He was an educated man, Billy.
And he was a magistrate.
Yeah. Amazing. Such a different world.
Oh, totally different.
I think Norm is trying to get me into a YouTube wrestling match here.
The respect Matt Busby had for him was incredible.
Yeah.
Do you know what? When he retired, I don't know whether you know about this, George, but anyway, there was a knock at Bobby Charlton's door and his wife, Bobby's wife, went to the door, and she went into Bobby and said, "There's an old man outside. He wants to see you." She said, "Wants to see me?" And he walks out. It was Bill Shankly.
An old man.
Did you ever know about that, George?
I didn't know about that, Frank. No.
Yeah, Bobby Charlton said that. Bobby Charlton. My wife was said, "I can't see you, me. I wanted to see me." And walked out. It was Bill Shankly. Yeah, come in, Bill. He said all he wanted to do was talk football. So that's how, Bill Shankly was revered.
Yeah, because that was all he ever talked about, football. He didn't have anything. Yeah. Everything was football. His whole life was just
But
football.
they all did, didn't they? When I mentioned about Jock Stein. He was Matt Busby's mate as well.
Yeah.
And Shankly's mate. So as I said before, those three together, they just talk football.
Yeah.
And sense, if you know what I mean. The Celtic fans loved Jock Stein. The Man United fans loved Matt Busby. We love Bill Shankly.
Well, Shankly said to Jock Stein when the Lisbon Lions won the European Cup in 1967, first British club to win the European Cup. As soon as that happened, Shankly phoned up Jock Stein and he said to him, he said, "John, you're now immortal." You're
And
immortal.
Leo's goals, he says, and what's amazing too is how the Everton fans I spoke to also couldn't help but respect and love Jürgen.
Yeah.
And he carries on by saying they didn't like to face his team and the Divock goals, but what he represented and what he brought to the city.
Yeah, that's nice.
Leo, you're so right, lads, and this is why we compare the likes of Jürgen and to the Shankly. You know, so you've got that massive gap between the Shanks and Jürgen, and in between you had great managers.
Yeah.
You had great managers, but some dodgy ones as well. But the last great manager was Jürgen. And this fella, Salute, which is the right pronunciation, but, you know, he's trying to follow in the footsteps of.
And it is a big job, isn't it? It's a big ask, isn't it? You mustn't underestimate how big
a massive
ask.
Massive job, but I mean, he's so far so good. But let's judge him now at the end of the season, and hopefully he can then tweak the squad as he sees fit. You know, in the summer or possibly in January.
But wouldn't it be fantastic to win the Premier League and have a parade? Because we didn't get one last time because of COVID.
I would include Jurgen in the parade if we win it this season.
It might well happen.
That's what I would do.
I think James has got a crack at it. You know, when he was playing around with Stevie McManaman and whatever. And he says, Frank, see the way the younger players tour the world now. Our pre-season was Wales. Our times have changed.
Hey, James, our pre-season was Birkenhead. Tranmere.
Stanley Park.
Home and away.
Stanley Park.
But you know what? You were probably better off, because I remember seeing Dean Saunders on TalkSport, and he was saying all that travelling back and forth, getting on a plane, getting off a plane, isn't good for a player or a player's recovery if he's taken a knock. So I'd say that the pre-season back in the day was far more beneficial for the players.
Yeah, because now it's for the money, isn't it? That's where they go abroad.
Oh, exactly, yeah.
And Richard says, by the way, I do not believe if a manager fails, he is a bad manager, but maybe not the right fit for the club. I think there's some. I think you're right in some respects. To be honest, Richard, you know, we had two managers. This is just my opinion, by the way, who didn't fit, and that was Roy and the fella after him, the Northern Irishman after him. Just did not fit.
Who's that, Frank?
That Northern Irish fella. I don't.
You won't mention his name.
No, I know. I'm only teasing, Frank.
Enough of yourself and talking.
I'm not going to say anything about the accent there.
He's managing Celtic now.
Yes, no, I know.
Nice. Leo Goals says, did you see Alisson is back in full training? Yes. Would you start him right away against Southampton at the weekend? We discussed that before, Leo. And what we came up with is that it could be Quaveen Kelleher's, game to play, and Alisson back for the Real Madrid game. That's what we came up with.
It'd be a shame for Kelleher to lose his place, especially when he's played so well. So.
No, but as he says,
Real Madrid anyway.
Yeah, feels harsh on Kelleher as he hasn't put a foot wrong, but at the same time, Ali is the best.
Yeah,
and that presence he has in goal means he simply has to be.
Absolutely right.
You're right there. Honestly,
If he's 100% fit, I suppose he's got to play, really.
Yeah. Right, the answer, it's slot pronounced sloot, according to Frankie Richards. It's a sloot.
Sloot didn't like
I
Coot.
just call him Slot.
He never told me, like, he said, someone, at the press conference, it's how you pronounce your name, Slot. But he never said Slot, like.
You don't pronounce my name Scoot.
Yeah, my name is Sloot.
You don't pronounce my name Scoot. So why is he Sloot?
Sloot.
Sloot doesn't like Coot.
He's too close to Coot.
I watch some American girl on the telly, the alternative news. And she always, and it's great when she kicks up. It's 2022. The lips are coming out. It's 2022. I think he kisses me and I'm like that off the screen. It's 2022. Right, Mickey, well said. Jürgen started this team. Of course he should join a parade. He will forever be a legend.
Yeah. Nobody would argue with that.
No one will argue with that. And will young Garvey be in the match day squad this week, or is it too early? I think it's too early.
Too early.
Another couple of weeks, I think, really.
And how's Jota as well? I haven't heard about the Jota.
He must be getting close to coming back now, mustn't he?
Yeah.
Well, they all said that those players would be back after the international break. So
he might be.
Dear brother, I hope you don't mind me digression, but have you noticed millionaire Jeremy Clarkson and the farmers getting main headlines on the BBC? ITV news channels didn't see the NHS nurses, doctors, or railway workers getting that kind of support. Spot on. I'm talking all about that on Friday in the current affairs programme, which goes out. And so don't be no, it's okay digressing. That's not bad. The Anfield, listening to the commentator in the England game versus Ireland the other night, he said Kelleher is number one across the board in Premier League in the games he has played. Yeah,
probably right. That
I was quite disgusted when I saw a few comments on social media about England giving Ireland a battering. It was the first Sunday in a long time, making reference to Bloody Sunday, which was a bit upsetting. And then obviously seeing or hearing, some of the fans booing the national anthem, which I don't get. But I didn't watch the game myself. But yeah, I mean, obviously the English squad is way better than ours, and just a pity,
Yeah, I don't get involved in that.
Do you know what? This is a great podcast, as you know. Norman. Leslie Ash was a pretty thing until she blew her lips up like a rubber.
Are we going to be talking about Amanda Staveley again?
What's that got to do with Shankly?
He'd be getting arrested. Norman.
I think he was talking about you were watching the alternative news and you were doing the pouting.
No, I know they must have been someone saying something, but blimey, you know what I mean? Rubber bullets. 8 players are national captain at their country. Proud.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That's incredible, isn't it? Not many teams can say that, really, can they? That includes Endo in Japan.
Yeah, I watched that bloody game last night. Ibu Kanati, captain France from the start for the first time this week. Against
that's incredible. Imagine that could never have happened before, I don't think, Frank. 8 captains of the country in one team.
No.
It's incredible when you think of it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Darwin the GOAT, do you think criticism for Robbo was being unwarranted? No, because he did lose form, he was, but now he's coming back, and it was only coming back in the last few games.
Yeah.
Now he's playing, he's back playing.
That gave him a big lift what happened last night.
Yeah, of course. So, Robertson's always there, he's become
a fantastic record with Liverpool, Robbo.
Of course he has.
I think it's always supportive criticism, Darwin, the GOAT, and we call it how it is. And when he plays well, and we say that. And when he plays bad, and we say that too. So
a little rough spell,
Right.
Yeah, a few injuries as well.
Exactly.
Shoulder.
Right, I'm scared of this Southampton game, but in salute we trust, says the Liverpool videos. And you never walk alone, family. No more international breaks until March.
Yeah, brilliant.
Thank God.
No, to bring them on forwards in January.
Let's get back to the real business.
There's two international breaks in January. That's breaking news. What?
I thought there was no more internationals till March.
Now, there's one on the 23rd of December.
Right.
And there's one on the 25th of January. And another one after that on the 29th of February. Then the March. George, I'm only joking.
I know.
I was trying. I could see his face, and I was like,
I was trying to work it out, Frank.
He's up to some devilment.
That doesn't fit with what I've been told.
That's why I said the 29th of February. There's only 28 days in February, isn't there?
Yeah. Put it down to old age.
No, it's not. That's great. Well said, Neil Broderick. Bloody Clarkson getting the Amazon money and farmers. You'll never see a pauper. No, it's the inheritance tax, lads. It's the inheritance tax.
Yeah, it's for the land, isn't it?
It's wrong what they're doing to the farmers.
Passing it down. Yeah, they can't pass it down to the next generation.
They can't do it. And these are paying farmers for that's all they know, and they can't pass it down to the sons. So you've got to,
Yeah. Anyway,
we disagree with you there, the young Fields. They really do. And James says, hit the like button. You never walk alone, family. Apart from the United supporter, get back down to the M60. But he's laughing. It's only a joke.
Yeah, don't take it serious.
Yeah, exactly, Richard.
He's always subscribed. Have you got to go, George?
Yeah, I do, Frank. Yeah, I need to go now. Yeah, I will do. Thank you for that. Yeah, it's getting around to my 10:15 deadline.
Have a scotch before you go to bed. You'll be all right.
Yeah, I'll go and have a little dram and a jar of Ovaltine. Now, I'm going to press this off button, so if I get frozen, I have gone.
Okay, no problem.
All right.
Have a good night. Enjoy the rest of the show. Thanks very much.
George.
It's gone.
I think we're alone now.
He's nice, isn't he, George?
Absolute gentleman. And I mean, if you read the book, you can see why Shankly took to him,
Did you guys say he's cozy false nine? What Salah said about his ambitions for this season, it really showcases his elite mentality. I love it.
I wouldn't expect any less of Salah or any of the other players.
As he said, he carries on by saying, win it all. I work so hard every day. I hate the idea we are underdogs now. We have an incredible group, one of the best in the world.
Yeah.
And he carries on by saying, this is what Mo's saying, in each position, you are going to find a player that is one of the top 3 in the world. So why we don't win it? This city and this club has to always fight for everything. What a comment that is.
Yeah, I heard that.
That's coming from
Mo Salah.
Mo. Mo. By the way, Richard says, I know a lot of people booed Remembrance Sunday. However, Manchester United's first captain of World War II hero was... No, I never heard that. I never heard... No. I never heard... Are you saying Liverpool people? Because if you did, you're totally, utterly, 110% wrong.
I don't think he did. I think he said a lot of people. I don't think he said Liverpool.
Oh, okay.
Unless
we do the establishment.
Yeah.
Because I was at Hillsborough. I survived Hillsborough. That's me. That's me. And I don't want to know about the establishment. I really don't. But, you know, I'm a historian and I'm a specialist on the First World War. And, you know, what they went through, shock, even what's going on today as well. People getting killed because of our souls.
Well, I think the poacher you read out there on Saturday's show, Frank, is a real kind of a...
It's an eye-opener, isn't it?
A real eye-opener, yeah.
This new European competition is boring. We play the mighty Madrid soon, and we don't even need to win it. Might even rest players, says Neil. No, I want to beat them, Neil.
Yeah, so do I.
I want to beat Real Madrid. I want to stuff them.
Destroy them.
Not being funny, but I want to stuff those.
Yeah.
Do you know that, you know, back in Spain, Real Madrid are the establishment. That's why they're called royal. It's royal. Real means royal. Royal Madrid. The likes of Barcelona, the Catalonians hate that. And I mean, hate. Even the Basque Country as well up north. Northern Spain.
So Richard just says, oh no, not Liverpool people, Frank. So Richard's just confirmed that.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's cool. Thanks, Richard. And they should scrap this international stupidity until it's the Euro or World Cup.
It's a load of ours.
It's all money.
Yeah.
James, everything is money.
I mean, when you think of it, like the start of the season, 3 weeks into it, an international break, like it's mental, and you're trying to get players fit for the season, and they're just coming in from pre-season, starting off after a major tournament, they're coming in, and then another. It's crazy.
Problem. Hang on. IBR Stella says, problem is Bill Gates and BlackRock will buy up the land and control the food supply chain. Well, BlackRock are already in Ukraine because there's 14 trillion worth of I forget what Lithuanium there. $14 trillion worth of Lithuanium. That's why there's a proxy war with the Americans. That's why that fucking big arsehole Biden is just, I'll be talking all about this on Friday. He's given the green light for these attackers to go into Russia. So, and he said, no, it's only Kursk. Kursk is fucking Russia, you fucking lunatic. The fucking assholes, those Americans, honestly. Haven't a fucking clue. They don't even know where their own states are. They don't even know. You give them a blank thing of their state, where they live, where they were brought up and educated and whatever, and say, where is your city on their little state? You don't know, honestly. Someone was asked, where's England, to a student? And she said, well, trying to guess. And he said, well, I have a guess. And she went, England, is it in Mexico?
Sure, I remember them picking out where South Korea was, and they picked Australia.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's incredible, isn't it? And they're fucking going all over around the world, causing wars. If there'd be no America, there'd be peace in the world. America is the biggest terrorist country, and they're always saying about terrorism. Fuck's sake. Well, anyway, that's all for Friday.
That's for Friday.
That's for Friday. Sorry about that. Sorry to take
You're okay, Frank. Your show.
And Richard Hawkins, I hit the like button as I came in. Do you know how many likes I can see? I can actually see. Do you know how many there is? I'll tell you how many I can see. Right. Sure, no.
I'm looking at it here.
One, I've got one.
You know what? I can't even see anything. I can't see anything on it.
Well, that's it.
Hold on a second. That's not right. Now, there is new news. Pep Guardiola has signed a 1-year contract extension with Man City. That has been now reported. So I'll just check. Right.
Good night, Jorginho.
Jorginho.
Yeah, well, that's there's a big
24 likes.
24. Well, I've got one up there. Thank you.
24, and we've got 27 that are on the chat. So come on now. Where's the three others?
Yeah.
The dogs are quiet. One of them has his head on my lap here, and the other one is on a rocking chair.
And if you haven't subscribed, can your dog subscribe as well?
Oh, you get them to subscribe.
Yeah, like Towser and Benny or whatever it is. Anyway, yes, Frank, says Norman, but Frank, they are trying to scaremonger us by saying people's food cupboards will be bare. They are greasy Tory corporate Land Rover, big welly wearing, no, in my humble opinion. And the Anfield having a go at me. Well, Frankie, because you didn't like my farmer's comment, I'm going to shave your immaculate eyebrows off while you sleep. And we all know that, yeah.
They're your bread and butter, lad.
Oh, blimey. I just want to show everyone, I don't know whether it's too late now for this.
Never too late.
Ever.
Oh, my watch. Oh, thanks.
Can you see it any better there? Like
now, Anfield Roar, when you're shaving Frank's eyebrows, try not get any hair on my watch, please.
Is that all right there, though?
That's beautiful.
That's
a gorgeous watch, actually.
perpetual motion, and you can see the back of it. See the back of it, glass, so you see the works.
Beautiful.
And also, that's for the Premiership, that.
Wait until you see the next one, ladies and gentlemen.
The next one is this. This is for the fantasy football of the Champions League. And it's the program from Madrid, Atletico's ground, when we beat Tottenham 2-0 to win the Champions League for the 6th time. And that's Mo Salah's autograph. Proper autograph as well.
Amazing.
Not like a print or whatever. It's proper autograph. And it's brand new as well. So you can have that. Their presents off me, whoever wins. Presents. Because you are all good people. Every one of you.
Richard is asking, have you got one with a red devil's face? I don't think so, Richard.
No, sorry about that. I'll tell you what I did give away to my grandson. And that was the 19... No, it wasn't. It was the 2005 Champions League win, Liverpool. To my grandson Ben, I gave him that. I said, "Yeah, that's for you." And that was a couple of years ago. We gave him it. He went, Champions League, watch Liverpool.
That'll be worth a couple of quid, I'll tell you.
It is. Thank you, Richard. Thank you. He said that. He told me, Sean. I didn't see your comment. Thank you, mate. Leo, just as we were talking about Szoboszlai, he got man of the match for Hungary tonight against Germany and scored a last-minute penalty to equalise. No, we like Leo. We like, honestly, we like Szoboszlai here. Leo, he's a New Yorker. Yeah, I went to school 10 years in New York, and let me tell you, the education is crazy. Yeah, he's no schools of geography, so we take history without even knowing where anything is.
Mental. That's crazy.
You wanna listen? Try and listen in on Friday.
I'll be out Thursday and Friday, Frank, unfortunately, but I will be on Saturday's show, which I'm really looking forward to, because by God, you gave me some good films to watch.
Did I?
Oh,
enjoyed them, eh?
Oh my God, you could hear me crying, laughing along came Polly, and Tokarev I found very difficult to actually find, but I found it eventually. It's actually, the film is called Tokarev, but because
but they got two different titles for some reason.
The reason why is in some countries it was banned because that's the name of a gun, so they called it Rage, which, I mean, like it wasn't a great name for a.
What did you think of it?
Well, I can't tell you till Saturday, or can I?
You just said that. No.
All right, okay. I loved it.
Well, all right. Well, I'm just saying. You said about Along Came Polly, and you were laughing your head off.
Oh my God! That the part that I laughed the most at, right? Because I can relate to it, is in the Indian restaurant
Brilliant.
where she's saying, "Are you okay? You're sweating a lot." Yeah, I'm okay. Yeah.
What about when he's playing basketball? When he's playing basketball in the thing, and he's going, fella all sweating everything. He goes, a big hairy fella, and he comes out.
Yeah, like.
Was Philip Seymour Hoffman.
He was brilliant as well. Oh man, he was so good.
Stole a lot. Absolutely brilliant.
And where he's doing the press conference there for Ben Stiller is like, excuse me. That's very funny.
Leo, if you're just look in on 8 o'clock Friday night, BST, that's British Standard Time. And you might enjoy, or you might disagree, actually. There's a fella, I subscribe to this fella, young lad, young American. And he supports what I support. I don't mean sport or anything. And then all of a sudden, he just came out, he just came out and went, he's a Californian, I think. And he just came out and said, all of a sudden, he just said, England, he said, there's nothing there for me. He said, they're just there. And then went on about the 1776 War of Independence. He just went on about it. And then all of a sudden, he said, well, we all know what the English are like. They're a nation of inbreds.
Oh, I don't know. Some people just can't accept history and can't accept, the wrongdoings of their countries that have nothing to do with them. That it's not down to them.
Exactly. But I was agreeing with everything he's saying about, different aspects.
Yeah.
I had that, for over a year, 18 months. And then he comes out all of a sudden, just like that, during the show. And I went, fuck you. Cut him off, I reckon. And I was on the George Galloway show, and I put a comment on.
I love
George. He was on the show, as a guest, and I said he called us a fucking nation of inbred. I said, don't have him on again. And then when he had, I turned it off. Then I didn't watch him. I don't like him. Jackson Hinkle, his name. And Norman says, greed, world domination, control equals USA. Yes. But then again, we're the same. We're the same. If you think that they're just like, doing everything, we're right behind them. And I don't mean that we're forced into it. We have a deep state. We have a deep state neocons. Geopolitics is what we're all about. And we hate Russia. I don't. Russia's done nothing for me. We'd all be speaking German if they wasn't in the Second World War, the Soviet Union. The Allies wouldn't have beat the might of the German army. Richard says, my wife is from Texas and she says if her country is not careful, they will cause war. I'm talking about that. Richard. My wife thought England was the capital of London. And he's being honest. He is being honest. The capital of that's what I mean.
I had to read that twice. England was the capital of London. My God.
Yeah.
Oh God.
No, that's what. Like even young Leo, he said it's crazy.
I didn't actually know that. That's so like the fact that they don't study geography. That's crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Shaving Frank's eyebrows would take his superpowers away like Samson.
That's funny.
I reckon just the length line and Frank swapped tips on the eyebrow trimming. They are both identical and immaculate. Dominic Szoboszlai says the Liverpool videos, last 2 games, 7 chances created versus Germany, 7 chances created versus Netherlands. The thing is, you see, we play him out of position. Simple as that. All. Sure, no, the hair won't reach his ankles. Where he keeps that watch is the Anfield Road.
Oh, well, I can't really talk too much about hair. I'm follically challenged there, Anfield Roar. I've got 2 car parks and a solar panel.
Oh no, have you got it on the No, unfortunately. James. And Leo says, I'm so grateful I have European parents, so they made me learn about geography. Good for them. But all the other students didn't have a clue because it's not even in the program as at any age. It's such a joke. Leo, I was asked to go over to America. Did you know that?
To live or to teach?
To teach.
I could see that. I could see that working well.
Oh, just a few years ago, I said no.
You might not have the patience to teach them all.
No, what it was English literature, mainly Shakespeare. Mainly Shakespeare. You know, all English lit and that. But if anyone would have said where are you from, and I would have said like Liverpool.
Sorry, I'm just reading IBR. Sean has the Sean Conroy look going for him. The women love that. Where are you getting that from? The Sean Conroy look. Yes, Miss Monica.
The Liverpool videos. Did you see what? No, I never what Dini said about Mo. What did he say?
Do you want me to read it out? I think. Oh yeah, that's what he said.
Rich,
so he says, my argument has always been that I just don't think he's world class, but world class is just a different opinion. What I think of world class is what I would want my players to play like that player, which I can't make head nor tail of. I think that... Huh?
It's pathetic.
It's pathetic, yeah. It's a pathetic comment to make. All the stats and figures would go against Troy Deeney's comments, but I'm not surprised by TalkSport. I saw Ali McCoist trying to justify David Coote's comments there, and, you know, it's just typical of them. So there you go. That's my comment.
And that's what he says as well. And he carries on. What Deeney said, such a joke. Imagine that jealousy he must feel to say that. Yes, honestly, that is. Yeah, it is. It's absolutely correct. He is jealous. There's a lot of people who are jealous.
So your man Gabby, what's his name? The former Aston Villa player. He was constantly going on about Klopp. Also from TalkSport. There's a lot of presenters from TalkSport that talk a lot of shit about Liverpool. Richards or James Cundy being another one of them.
Oh yeah, he always has a go at us.
I've not much good stuff to say, and there was another guy on Talksport that had made a comment about Heysel and Hillsborough, which, it's just a no-no.
And you never walk alone, family. He's talking to the Liverpool videos there. Isn't this the same guy who kicked some students in the head outside the club? Yes.
In fairness, he does look like he's had a few kicks to the face, the same Troy.
So, Frank, says Richard, I know this is your football channel, but my favourite film from 1935, Odd Man Out. I also have to say, my fellow countrymen would love it. The Crown Bar, still in Belfast.
Who, me? Is he referring to me that I'd like the Crown Bar in Belfast?
My favourite film from 1930, Odd Man Out. I don't go that far back. When you go to the Laurel and Hardy, that's what I go to. It's one of the greatest things ever.
I wouldn't be a big fan of going into pubs named after the Crown.
Darwin the Goat, I've got to answer this, I'm sorry. Frank, you don't have a problem with Russia and Putin, no? No, not at all, Darwin the Goat. Don't have a problem with them whatsoever. You see, lots of people read and digest and get it all wrong, what the Western press tell you and the Western media, because it's all propaganda. Everything. You've got to look at the bigger picture. You've got to go back, not to February 2022. You've got to go right back to 2008. And forward to 2014. I was doing a documentary, and I was going to Naples. I was going there. I was going over to Dublin. I was filming in Liverpool. I was going over to New York, Ellis Island. And there was one place when they said, well, what about Odessa? I said, there's a war going on. They said, what? I said, there's a war going on. There's a civil war in Ukraine. The Ukrainians are having a civil war. And he said, well, what do you mean? I said, they're having a fucking civil war. This is, I'm trying to explain. They said, what about? I said, well, the Ukrainians, some parts of the Ukrainians, they're called the Azovs. He said, who are the Azovs? I said, well, they're a Nazi regime, and they hate the Russian-speaking people of Ukraine. They hate them, and they're shelling them. So they're fighting back the Ukrainian militia of these places, these what you call oblasts, the likes of Donbass, for example, Lugansk. And he said, you're confusing me. I said, I know, I'm confusing you. I said, because you've got to know what's going on. I said, they overthrew a legitimate, democratically elected government led by the Americans. A woman by the name of Victoria Nuland, an American politician.
The other thing, Frank, on that one is like everyone is very quick to jump on the bandwagon without kind of doing the research and without being kind of led by sheep by the mainstream. And that's what I've always found, whether it's regards to football or the opinion of football and what's advertised. But the other thing is Zelensky is completely against. I mean, everyone thinks Zelensky is a hero, but they're completely against Israel and Gaza.
Yeah.
Sorry, the pipes were just brought into the toilet there, so I had to mute there. But a lot of people just, jump on, oh, well, he's such a great guy, but this guy doesn't acknowledge the Palestinians, so.
Darwin the goes, I think he's talking about Putin. Do you see how they are treating and brainwashing their people? I find it so devastating. No, you've got it all wrong. If you mean Russia and Putin. Listen, lad, Darwin, do yourself a favour. Just go on to I could give you some streams to go on and watch them. Honestly. Go on stream. You can stream Russia, as it is today. Go and see it. If the people are being brainwashed. Good God. And as Richard says, yeah, Americans are not worldly wise. They're not.
Nope.
But the deep state is. And the neocons. That's why they want to keep people away. That's why your wife thought that England was the capital of London. That's why these people, these young students, haven't a fucking clue where they live. They haven't a clue. They haven't a clue, honestly. And, they just keep them quiet because you've only got to look at the Vietnam War and what was going on there, which was dreadful. Napalm bombs, smart bombs that, once dropped, it sucked all the oxygen up. And people died of lack of oxygen. Think about that.
We're sorry, Frank. Oh. Just plugging out one of my radiators here.
Leo goes, wow, they really could have used you, but you definitely wouldn't have the patience to deal with Americans. No, it was so good. It was to teach English literature at you're not going to believe where it was, by the way, this university. And it was in Rock, I forget the bloody name of it. And it was where O.J. Simpson, his wife, and Ron Goldman, Nicole, that's where it was. Wow, they would have really used you, but you definitely wouldn't have the patience to deal with Americans, says Leo. Almighty. Hi everyone, I'm Frank. Yes, I'm late. Like me today, I haven't been going on to those streams, to be honest. And I was on today with Judge Napolitano, as you know. And that's where I seen it. But it was late getting on, unfortunately. And Leo says, I'm so glad not longer to be living. Where's you live, Leo? Whereabouts are you living? Let me know. Oh, the Anfield Rose saying hello. That's lovely, though. That's lovely. Thanks, you there, Anfield. Salah has been directly involved in 66.7% of our goals in the Premier League so far this season. Says you never walk alone.
Yeah, not world class at all, is he?
Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. The two closet players to him in terms of club contributions are Dwight McNeil with 60% for Everton and Liam Delap for Ipswich for 58.3. Myra's answering back to the Gerrard. That's lovely. David Coote should be thrown out of sports. So don't forget, people, just honestly, on Friday, 8 o'clock, BST, British Standard Time, I'll be talking about the likes of American deep state. Not only that, but also what will Trump do? Because what Joe Biden has done, he's trying to jeopardize his inauguration by coming in and giving him a load of problems. But they think that Russia is bluffing. They said, cross that red line, and you'll feel the consequences.
Frank, can I just touch on Richard's comment there about David Coote? I know it's been talked till our ears have been bleeding with it, and it's old news now at this rate. I had a webinar, and I won't mention with who, but it was there was a guest speaker, a fairly well-known former referee, and I asked him a question about David Coote and the PGMOL. And a lot of people like, what's your man, the former referee at Sky Sports, he Phil something or other. Is it? Oh my God, I can't think of his name. The referee that's on Sky Sports.
Don't know.
I don't know. I can't think of his name. He says that he has sympathy for David Coote. There are people on TalkSport that says that he has.
You're talking about Webb, are you?
No, not Howard Webb. No.
No. Okay.
But I mean, Howard Webb has actually said, or a statement that has come out from the PGMOL is that the David Coote well-being is paramount. That is But with the greatest of respect, and what this guy said, the guest speaker that I went to the webinar today. He said that he's only got himself to blame. You don't put yourself in a situation like that where you say something like that as derogatory as what he said, and have someone record it. And the thing is that, and again, people are downplaying what you actually said and what the person beside him actually said. If you don't see anything wrong with what was said, you're part of the problem. You can't refer to Liverpool the way they did. You can't refer to Klopp as a German, what. They are xenophobic comments. So
but he's tarnishing the whole of the German population when he said that.
That's what
German,
I'm saying.
If you would have just said Klopp is a C, that's fine, but not a German C.
Sure, exactly. That's what I'm saying. But also Liverpool as well, the city of Liverpool. Yeah. So the point of the matter is that I have zero sympathy for someone that goes out and says that, because it is a xenophobic comment. He should know better. And like this former referee that was doing this webinar, he would have banter with people, but he would never say anything that could get himself caught up or get himself in trouble. And David Coote got himself in trouble, and rightly so, and has to pay the consequences. And not only that, Howard Webb needs to do the exact same thing. And this isn't just a Liverpool thing. This is a Premier League thing. We're talking about the standards of our referees and the officiating with regards to VAR. This could happen to any club, and it does happen. So that's my comment on it. And I'll say no more.
No, absolutely. What's in my mouth then?
That's all right. That's okay. You all right?
Anyway, the football flashback. I saw him in another film this weekend, a Hitchcock film called The Rope. He's so gripping. Have you seen? Yes, The Rope. Yes. I like Hitchcock. One of my favourite films is The 39 Steps. Richard Donut. I always call him, hang on, is it Richard Donut? Oh, what's his bloody? Yeah, well, anyway, Mr. Donut. He's, I call him Donut. Brilliant. I love Hitchcock. Psycho, one of the greatest films ever made. Black and white. Brilliant. And he appears in every film he did. Every film. And the 39 Steps I mentioned was made here in 1935. Robert Donut, his name is. Starred in great John Buchan's 39 Steps, absolutely brilliant. And I taught that in my literature class, actually. Got the book. Fantastic book.
Sorry, Frank. Just want to say that the manager or the referee I was trying to think of in Sky Sports is Dermot Gallagher.
Oh, Dermot Gallagher, fine Irish fella, him. Lives down the road from you. Set the dogs on him.
Yeah, I'd set the dogs on him, all right. I don't know what part of. Oh, he is bloody Irish. I didn't know that.
Yeah, Dermot Gallagher, yeah. Didn't he?
He's from fucking Rings End in Dublin. I didn't know that.
Yeah, he says to me, "Will not be yourself I'm talking to you there, Frank." That's what he says. Darwin the goat. Frank, I'd be curious to hear what you think about Elon Musk. I think he's great. He brought back free speech, and when Trump was in power, free speech. You heard Trump? I'm bringing free speech back. There's people in jail in this country. You're giving it that?
Sure. Look at Julian Assange or whatever.
Look at Edward Snowden. He never kills anyone.
The only one thing I would say about Elon Musk is that, and I don't like this thing about X, is that regardless of what you say, whether it's true or not, the person that puts up the tweet or the X or whatever, if they get a reaction and they get people retweeting or re-Xing or whatever you call it now, that they get paid off the back of that. So you could put the most ridiculous thing on your profile and you get paid for that, which is an awful lot of what those, like, if you look at the clickbait, the football clickbait merchant there, Indy Kalia, that person is just renowned for throwing stuff out there that's not necessarily true. He or she is very successful at it and got plenty of followers and making a shitload of money, but there is absolutely nothing reliable about the sources coming out of them. Nothing. But they're getting paid from the likes of Elon Musk.
Well, anyway, right, that's good. And
Whatever, John.
The Jar would say he's going to be part of Trump's team to cut down government spending massively. Now, you've got to ask yourself this, Darwin, the goat. Why is he going to cut out all this government spending? Think about it. Just think. Why is he going to cut all this government spending? Look, America is in debt for $33 trillion. Think about that. $33 trillion. Not million, trillion. Look how much he's been given to Zelensky. Look how much he's been given to the industrial complex of arms, like Raytheon, Martin Lockheed, who make all bombs and planes and you name it, they make them. They're all made up. Let's have another war. Why do you want to go to war with China, Iran, North Korea? Do you want to go to war with everyone? You know, they've been to Vietnam in the 60s and 70s. They've been to Afghanistan. They've been to Iraq. They've been to Syria. They're still in Syria robbing the oil, stealing the oil. They're not legally there.
I put too much oil, cooking oil on the pan there tonight making dinner, and I thought that the Americans were going to raid it. Anfield Roar's taking the Michael out with you there, Frank. Well, anyway.
Who's taking the piss?
No, he's joking.
Oh.
When I had my little rant and you said, well, anyway, he's just saying, well, anyway, laughing face.
Well, Darwin the goat says, Musk says he can cut through $2 trillion in costs, but it may mean a lot of people lose health care. Or also, no, it may. There's your thing. It may. He's going to help them. He'll be cutting things that will not benefit like the you have just mentioned, by the way. He's going to stop these billions of dollars going to Ukraine. Billions. And to keep NATO going. It's America who are paying for them. That's what he's going to cost. IBR. The US and UK are vassal states of the Sabbatian bankers, yes. Richard Hawkins. Here's my problem with Israel. I would have thought after what happened, they would know what it's...
Absolutely.
Do you know what? It's just join me on Friday evening, 8 o'clock, and have your say. Just
Richard,
have your say.
You'd be in for a treat, Richard. I'm telling you.
Just have your say. Because these people in Israel, the Zionists, the neo-Zionists, there's ordinary people in Israel who are trying to stop this war, and they've been all shut up, imprisoned as well.
Locked away, yeah.
This is what you've got to understand. It's not just a matter of like lots of Jews are all, hate the Arabs and, the Palestinians and everything. It's shocking what's happening. There's a fella thrown out of Parliament today. Was it today or yesterday? A Jewish member of Parliament. And he was saying to Netanyahu, you're a criminal, you're a war criminal. And he was thrown out. It was shocking what they did to that man.
But you're Frank, look at, I'm not saying anything about, good, bad, or indifferent about Gary Lineker or whatever, but he shared his views.
Yeah, I don't know.
And he was kicked out of Match of the Day.
BBC. Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And Leo says, I'm based in the north of France now, in Lille, which is like the Liverpool of France. That's nice, Lille.
Lille.
That's nice, that. Leo, well done.
Leon
So,
in Lille.
I bet you he's a Charles Navarre. You know what Charles Navarre?
Oh,
You
what?
know, one of these. You know, you've heard of Charles Navarre? No. Oh, Charles Navarre.
Are you giving out to me now?
Oh, he's a singer and an actor.
Okay.
You know, he's dead now.
When did he die?
I don't know. I think he died about 10 years ago or something like that.
Okay.
But anyway, he was in a film called And Then There Were None with Oliver Reed. Oliver Reed was in it.
I saw a play on that. Yeah, that's a great play.
Oh, it's fantastic. And
Yeah,
who wrote it?
Probably him, was it?
No.
No, Agatha Christie.
Agatha Christie.
Agatha Christie, because I have a friend. All right, Yaz. I have a friend who absolutely loves Agatha Christie, and myself, herself, and another work colleague, we went to see that play, and that's why I remember that.
Fantastic.
Really good play.
Oh, yeah. It's absolutely, I love Agatha Christie. I used to have a little Zoom class, you know, during COVID.
Oh, cool.
And we had Sherlock Holmes as well, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Done that. But we did the classics, you know, like Great Expectations, and we did the, you know, the plays of Shakespeare. So there's something rotten in the state of Denmark, but what he was actually saying, Shakespeare, there's something rotten in the state of England. Love them.
And come here to me, going back to this Charles Anzou or whatever, is what part did he have to play in? And then there were none.
And then there were, well, yeah, Charles Anzou.
Yeah, what part did he have to play? Was he in a film?
Yeah, he was in it. Yeah,
he was in it. Okay.
Yeah, he's acting in it. Albeit that Charles Aznavour was a singer.
I must tell me mate that.
She may be a face I can regret.
Oh, what a song! You see, that brings me back to that Notting Hill film.
Yeah, that's right. But, yeah,
Ben Elton.
Yeah.
Or sorry, not Ben Elton. Ben Elton. Elvis Costello. Jesus.
You Grant.
Yeah, but it's Elvis Costello that sings the song.
Yeah, Declan. His name is Declan, by the way, and he went to a school I used to teach him.
Really?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah. To university now, by the way. She may be a face I can forget.
What a film. I actually like that film. I know people are going to...
No, it's great.
Take
it's
the piss
great,
out of it.
Nothing Joe.
I'm not a big fan of Hugh Grant, but
that was a good film.
That was a great film, but he was also great in the Gentleman as well.
Yeah.
We're talking about films now, aren't we? Look at this.
And Leo says this is legal. It has such a strong community. Only a 1 hour, 10-minute train ride from London. Leo, I've seen two things. I experienced two things in France. One in the Dordogne district.
Oh, yeah.
And another on my way to, I got a lift and I was coming it. And I got to some part, I was on my way to Strasbourg. And I had to go through France to get to Strasbourg. Anyway, there was two experiences I had which changed my opinion on life.
Oh.
Total opinion on life. Right. So,
are you going to tell us?
No.
Okay.
Would you ever have wanted to teach in America, or you have no regrets? I'm half Italian. I'm half Italian, and I had a job in Lord Byron College in Rome. I had a job there, and I couldn't make it. Couldn't go for one reason or another. So I lost out on it. Then I had another job in Messina, Sicily. And because of I was married then, she let me down. I said, we'll go. She said, yeah, but she was so family orientated. And I couldn't go because of it. And that's the biggest regret I've ever had. As for America, yeah, I could have gone there. Is it Rockford? Rockford? No, it's not Rockford. But it's came to me then. Rockingham, that's where I could have gone. University there, that's where Nicole Simpson and Jeff Golden was
murdered
by OJ. And he got away with it. Strange how he got away with it, isn't it? Anyway. So, I just have a regret not going, put it that way. I could have gone over and I should have gone really. And Cody, Neville on Coote's future, I think Liverpool matches will be a no for him, but I'd like to think he could come back and referee in the Premier League. Never.
Did you say Cooch?
You me?
I thought you said Cooch. No, Coote.
Oh, Coote, yeah.
Yeah. But do you know what though? He did have a period where he didn't referee Liverpool games. So what's the point in doing that again? In my opinion.
Well, the calls he says there, look, so Neville thinks he should still ref games like Arsenal and City that could impact Liverpool results.
It's not even that, Cody. That's
a very good comment.
Yeah, but it's like the thing is, Frank, is that the PGMOL needs to be completely scrapped and restructured so that none of this happens again. I mean, what more evidence do you need of someone that clearly has a bias towards a club and a people, and to be making, xenophobic remarks about Liverpool and German people? It's just wrong.
So I'll tell you what I've seen, one of them in France. The experience.
Oh yeah, please. If you want to.
I will do. Just let me go through some of these. M by Fritz Lang, brilliant, says Richard Dawkins. Also the book, The Wind That Shook the Barley. Yes. Two good ones there. M by Fritz Lang. I've seen that with Peter Lorre. What's his name? With the big eyes. Elon Musk's grandparents and parents were close friends of Klaus Schwab and pioneers into the transhumanism 2.0 and technocracy. I can never say that bloody word. Technocracy. Fucking hell, you've seen these stupid little words. Yes, IBR, you're right. But he's totally against Schwab today. It's their family that was with them. Elon Musk is great. I think he's great. The aliens are coming next year disguised as humans. Oh no, they are already here. Kirsten. Exactly. Richard Dawkins. What's that?
That's about Paul Joyce's comment about Klopp and Anthony. It's utter rubbish. That's what I think. Anyway, that's what I think. Because and the reason why I say that is Klopp was always about character, right? He wouldn't go for Aubameyang, and Arsenal went for him because he knew the sort of character he was. He knew that he was poison in the changing room and on the training ground. And look what happened to him. Look what happened to him. He wouldn't have gone for a player like Anthony because he's a menace and he's a gobshite, pardon my French, speaking about France. But there's no way that he would have gone for him. Absolutely not. And this is a last-ditch effort by the likes of Paul Joyce and the toe-the-liners, as I call them. And for anyone that doesn't know what I mean by toe-the-liners, journalists, YouTubers, and podcasters that told the corporate line, do what the club tell you to say so that you keep your exclusives and your perks. These toe-the-liners are spinning the positive spin, bigging up Edwards. Thank God we have Edwards, because if it wasn't for Edwards, Klopp would have got rid of Salah and we would have got Anthony. So we should be grateful that we've had a year or two of Salah and now, bid him adieu. So I don't believe in that. I do. As soon as I heard that article, I says that's Paul Joyce's
a load of nonsense.
Absolutely nonsense.
Leo says, no way, I literally just went to the cinema last week to see the biopic film on Charles Aznavour. Go away. Yeah, see? She must be... He has a great voice. It's like...
So he actually sang that originally, did
he?
Yeah,
and he did the cover versions, didn't he, Declan?
Or
Elvis.
Well, what did I call him? Ben Elton. What made me think of Ben Elton, for God's sake? Ben Elton. Christ almighty. Ben Elton.
Oh. Richard says, I think it's because of my political views at 67. I was not re-signed to play for Manchester United. Leo goes, what a powerful singer he was. His music still lives on in such a strong way here in France. Everyone knows him. Yes. Yeah.
I love the way Ben Elton just gets that.
Oh, yeah, he is, yeah. But no. Says Mickey M. Charles Aznavour, #1 single in 1974. Yeah. And Mickey M says, that was Richard Dawkins, and Mickey M says, yep, a classic. My dad's favourite singer. Go away.
She.
Sam Kerr and Kirsty Muse have announced they are expecting a child next year. Isn't that wonderful? Wholesome news for the lesbian community.
Who are they?
I don't fucking know, but a pair of lesbians and, with children. All LGBTQ.
I don't know who they are, so it doesn't make.
And what's a pansexuality? What's that pansexuality?
Pansexual.
Yeah.
So pansexual is someone who's sexually or romantically attracted to people regardless of their gender or sex. I can't believe I'm actually talking about this.
I don't want to clue.
Sam Kerr. Who's Sam Kerr? Oh, she's an Australian football player.
Oh,
that's nice. Oh yeah. I actually did see something about that. But over the last 12 hours, there's been some homophobic abuse thrown at them, which is not nice. Live and let live, you know.
Oh, it's all fucking woke, and I don't like wokeness, honest to God.
Well, I don't like wokeness either, but for me there's a difference on that.
Yeah, but okay, but how can you have 2 children? Come on, lesbians, unless they go with men, who make children, and they make children as well.
I don't know.
Homosexuals, I was looking today, like Hollywood, there's Hollywoods have homosexuals who've got kids, 2 of them living together. How can they have fucking 3 children together, husband and husband, if you know what I mean?
Well, they obviously adopt, Frank, but I don't know. There's some straight couples that I know or I've heard of that wouldn't be fit to be parents. So I to me, each to their own. I mean, that doesn't bother me. What bothers me is the other stuff, the woke thing, where if you say something, like for example, when we talk about Palestine and Israel and Gaza, that you're accused of being God, I can't even think of it. What are you accused of? Being anti-Jew, anti-Semitic. That's
anti-Semitic,
that
you say something else and you're called a racist. If
that gets on my goat. Yeah.
So it's things like that. I've got a 12-year-old granddaughter. She's very bright. She's a lovely. She's growing into a young woman. She can read music and play the piano. As she sticks something in front of it, the piano. And she play it. She can read music.
And what age is she?
12.
Jesus.
Now the thing is, she could read and play music at the age of 4. I think she takes after my mother on that score because she was a fantastic pianist. Right?
Yeah.
My point is this. Kids like that going into unisex toilets and things. That's fucking wrong, that. You've got the last Olympics. I never watched an iota of it. I only seen, like, when I was watching these streams I watched. And there was some fucking big Moroccan fella.
Oh, the boxer.
With some Italian girl boxing.
Mm-hmm.
He's a fucking man. And that's fucking wrong.
Yeah, well, of course, I don't agree.
I don't know.
I don't agree with men competing in female sports. If that's
but
the case.
Yeah, but this is the fucking problem. And people are applauding it. Trump isn't. I don't.
No.
I've never done that. Leo goes, we want to hear about those 2 experiences that changed your perspective you had in France. I'll tell you one of them. Right now, Leo. And what it was this. I was itching through France. I got from England. Anyway, I was going through it. And this taxi driver, this Arctic driver said, he said, just go down there, follow it. Follow the road. He said, you will come to, sooner or later, he said, you'll get a lift, someone's bound to pass you. And it was like a lane, if like a country lane. That's what it was, going down. He said, you're bound to get it. He said, and if not, you'll get onto the main the main motorway that goes through to Strasbourg. So I said, okay. No, I won't tell you that one. I'll tell you this one. That's for another time, that one. There was 5 of us who used to meet up every year, students. One was Gilles, Parisian. The other was Christian Kerkheimer from Essen in Germany. There was another lad from Sweden, and his name was Sven, and I forget his second name. He had an unusual second name, not like Hansen or whatever, whatever it calls in Scandinavia. He had this other name. Anyway, I always forgot it. And this lad, Chris, from Newcastle, very posh. Hello, Franco. That type of accent. And me, I just had this accent. Hello, darling.
How are you? Very well.
Hello, darling. Anyway,
She.
Did you ever remember Edith Piaf?
Who?
No,
no regret. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
No regret.
I used to sing that in the kitchen.
The Little Sparrow, yes. Would you cook in The Little Sparrow?
I cook in anything.
Right, okay. Right. So here's my thing. So anyway, we met up, and this Gilles Lefaux, this Parisian, he had this old princess. I think those French cars that you can pull the top back.
Yeah.
Because this Chris was about 6'7".
Christ.
And it was made up because he was sitting in the back, sitting in the back with him as well. And his head was like that. Going along, his head was out, honestly. Anyway, he used to put his head down then, because the wind's going into his face and water in his eyes. So anyway, we come to in the Dordogne district because he never took these toll roads because it's so much more. Because we were going down to a place called Perpignan, like the south of France, to have good times and pick grapes and things. As you did. So we were going down, and we were. It's very flat, France. So as we were going out, all of a sudden, we started an incline. So we started to go up, and we came behind these a couple of camper vans, a couple of caravans being towed, and a couple of cars. 2. And we thought, with the incline like that and the hill down, we thought that there'd been an accident, obviously, because people were just out and they were looking down. They were looking down into this valley sort of thing. So the incredible thing was there was no sound. There was no mumbling. There was no oh, look at that, or anything. It was all silent with these people, including a couple of kids. Well, a few kids. And there was about, say, in total vehicles, including about 12 cars, a couple of camper vans, as I said, a couple of cars pulling caravans, a couple of cars on the road, and ours. So, as we go over towards these people, we're not seeing them. As we stopped, it said, oh, there must have been an accident. So we stopped, we got out to see what happened. So we walked up. This is incredible what I'm going to tell you, you know. Honestly. So we walked up. And we're not even acknowledging one another. The people are not acknowledging one another. And we stands there. He gets up there. And we stood there for 6 minutes. How long these other people were standing there, we don't know. Right? And as we're standing there looking down, do you want to know what
Yeah.
we've seen? We've seen, or we were looking at, just hear me out on this. We were looking down, don't forget. And it was a craft. A craft. No wings. Nothing like that. No fuselage. Nothing. Nothing like that. We were looking down. I'm hopeless at estimating size and distance. This thing, as they said later on, because I'll tell you all about it, was just a mile away, 3/4 of a mile to a mile away, which isn't far. What we were looking at in size was a diameter shape, right? And it was 350 foot, as they estimated. And we was looking at this thing. It was let me see. Let me see if I've got something here. Please, just bear with me.
Was this hovering or in
Just
the air?
bear with me. Just bear with me.
You have me interested now.
Right. Let me see. No. It was a shade darker than that. Hang on. It was a shade darker than the watchstrap. No, it was more dark, well, more darker than that. Whether that's light shining on it, I don't know.
Kind of a stealthy black, grey, charcoal colour.
It was a metal grey. Metal grey. Matte metal grey.
Yeah.
Shiny thing. Matte. And as we were looking at it, just hear me out on this. In an instant, like that, you're looking down, it took a vertical takeoff. It was a blue sky, pure blue, no clouds, nothing whatsoever. And it went from there to there into that clear blue yonder and was gone within 2 seconds, disappeared.
Jesus Christ. So, like, basically what you saw was an unidentified flying object.
Yep.
UFO.
Yep. Now listen to this. As I said, no one was talking there. When we got out the car, we weren't talking. And when this happened, and it just went, gone, vanished, gone, up there, just there, within 2 seconds. Within 2 seconds. What we seen from the underneath, because it was like flat, if you know what I mean. You know, as it went up, you could see the underneath. And it was like an orangey, yellowish, you know, bright orange and yellowish in between colour. Like that it was. You know, if you're looking at it from there, it was like that. This colour going around. And it gone. Right, so it was gone up there. It disappeared within 2 seconds. Right. We walked back to the car. The people get in there, whatever vehicles they would drive. We gets in the car. And we drives. We just keep on driving. We didn't say a word to each other until we got to the periphery of Perpignan. And we always went to this bistro. The fellow knew us, you know, because we used to always went in there every night. Every night. And he knew us. And when we walked in, we got out the car, we walked in, and he said, gentlemen, because he spoke English as well. Bonjour, bonsoir, he said. Bonsoir, monsieur, you know. Anyway, we sat down, and he came over to us. He said, gentlemen, you know. And it was this Chris fella who said, we have just experienced the space age. We have just experienced the space age. And the manager, you know, the owner of the place, he said, what would you like, gentlemen? And Chris fella just said 5 beers. That was the first time we spoke from getting out of that car up where we seen this thing to when we went back in the car. Do you see what I mean? We were sitting in the car and said, I wonder if there's an accident. That's it. So we got out and we never said a word. We never said a word right through that particular drive. Those people around us when we were taking, they never said nothing.
And was it a case, Frank, that when you were all there looking at this thing, that you physically couldn't say anything?
So we don't know. We don't know.
Oh, you don't know? Oh, wow.
No, we don't know.
So wow.
That's the thing. We just don't know what had happened. Right?
So you genuinely...
Do you know? Do you know when I think about it? It's like as though we were in a trance going into the car and just driving, not saying a word for a few hours. Not saying a word. Until we got into, we knew where we were going. But why didn't we say a word to each other? Until later on, and especially the next day.
And did you not or did you even look at each other while you were looking at this thing, or you were just transfixed?
No,
or you don't even know?
We were just looking at this thing.
Fucking hell.
And when it disappeared, the people just dispersed. We just dispersed without saying anything.
And there was no reports of it or anything?
Don't know. don't know. And we just went down, and that was the end of it. That was it. It was all over.
Jesus.
It's incredible, isn't it?
I don't know. I don't even know what to say to that. I mean, like, you can't even.
But that changed the old aspect of everything for me.
And how long ago was this, Frank?
1979.
Now I know what it is. Was this in January 1979?
No, it was in June. No, was it June?
Because if it was January, that was me being delivered.
Oh.
I was like, oh. No. That's mental.
No, we used to go down summer season, June. Was it June or July? Anyway, we used to go down and get a paper, have a mess around. Then, before we came back, we all picked grapes to get money. We did that for 5 years. And we all lost touch with one another.
That was the last time that you. That was the last time you met or you saw each other.
Yeah, that was it.
Fuck. And do you think it's as a result of that or just time?
Don't know. We did. It's hard to put into perspective, actually. Well, but the other experience, if you think that's a bit bizarre or surreal, this one is more surreal. Honestly, the other experience I had, and that just summed up everything about everything for me.
Christ. Well, Jesus, Frank, I don't know what to say to you there. I don't even know what to say to you. That's crazy. That's mental. I mean, I've experienced some things in my life that I can't even explain, but that I wouldn't even know what to even say to you. So was this, sorry, so just so I can get this right, was this thing in the middle of the road or you were looking down at it?
Yeah, we were looking down, but it was hovering. It wasn't flat on the ground.
Right.
It was, we knew that it was up. Not a sound.
Not a sound from it at all.
Nothing.
And not a sound from anyone that was actually saying it.
Do you know, like,
fucking hell.
I don't even want to. Do you know if I got say like that? I don't want to do anything like, I'm not going to shake it or anything. But see that book there, program. If I went like that, I could hear a sound, couldn't I?
Mm-hmm.
Right, okay. But if I done this, watch, right, you can't hear nothing.
Mm-hmm.
You can't hear nothing. There's no like that. That's what that was like.
So was it? So you were kind of looking down at. So was it kind of like a little bit like this, shaped like this, and then it goes like that, and then.
No, it's just like that.
Right.
As you said.
And then it goes.
So it was like this.
Yeah.
It was that little grey, as I said.
Yeah.
And it went just like that.
Oh, just went. Oh.
Never went like that. Never went like that. Just like that. And then it just went. Gone.
Fucking
I never ever told anybody about that.
Well, I'm absolutely honoured that you told me. That's
why would I Why was I tell? Why do you think I never told anybody?
Oh, well, I mean, you'll get people that will ridicule you for being a conspiracy theorist or off your head or whatever. Ridicule you.
Yeah, because you get called a prank.
Yeah.
Crank. Honestly, yeah, not having that. Not having that.
I'm telling you, well, like I said, I've kind of experienced stuff, but nothing like that. Fucking hell. That's
And
crazy.
Mickey M was it in Perpignan? That's where we was heading to. That's where we were heading to, Mickey M. And we always went to Perpignan. But it never happened there. It was in the Dordogne district. That's all I can remember. It was in the Dordogne. And but the other experience I had, that'll blow your mind as well.
Jesus, Frank.
Right. And as Richard Dawkins says, gravity field propulsion. It's it's incredible. And IBR says I saw something similar to Frank on the 15th of May, 1998. You see, there's that album back. I can't believe the inheritance tax actually exists. I took myself, to be honest, Darwin.
It's an absolute disgrace.
Being taxed is disgusting, yes. And the Liverpool videos, I saw something similar in Iceland about 10 years ago, but in the sky. Do you know this Chris fella? Do you know what he was studying?
Your Chris or the Chris that we all know?
No. This Chris who was with us, going down to and looked at this, the big tall fella out there. Physics.
Well, I bet he couldn't get his head around that. Fucking hell, man.
See, the thing is, he said, no matter what I saw, this is it afterwards, no matter what I saw, no matter what here on earth, what we have here on earth, defies everything I'm learning now, and that's physics. It defies reality. It defies human ability. And Richard Dawkins says, as my old mammy used to say, there is more to this world than what, yeah, absolutely. I mean, think about this. There's infinite planets, yeah.
I'm trying to get a name of a documentary that I watched on Netflix.
Go on.
I'm trying to check now here. I think this is it. Let me just check here. Sorry, I'm having to Google here, so pardon my ignorance or my manners. Yes, Ancient Apocalypse, I think. Is it Graham Hancock? Ever watch any of his stuff?
Who did you say?
Graham Hancock.
No.
Yeah, definitely worth a look. I think I've watched. Yeah, he's kind of going on about kind of a lost civilization, but very, very interesting stuff. But that would be right down your alley, I think.
Well, Richard Dawkins says, the great Graham Hancock, so he
Yeah.
goes with it.
And he's completely disrespected by his peers for his wayward or his out of their thinking,
Well, as Richard says, Liverpool videos infinite dimensions, because what he said is about there's infinite planets. Infinite. That's incredible. If you want me to one night, if you want me to do about UFOs or will chat, let me know. So I'm going to finish this.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go myself. I'm in the office in the morning, but a fantastic show as always, Frank. And I'm going to be. I won't be on Thursday or Friday. I will be in on Saturday because I've got 2 fantastic films to do reviews on, and I cannot wait to do them. Absolute peach of film. 2 really, really good films. Really, really good films. So that was right down my alley, the 2 of them.
Well, what did you think of tonight's pod?
Very interesting. Very, very interesting. It's good. Great interaction with the chat, actually. Really, really good interaction. Like usually it's like that, but I mean, I think there was more involvement, which was really good to see, and obviously great to have George on as well. Yeah, it was good crack, actually. Good crack. Nice and mellow. The dogs weren't barking as much, which was great.
Because you do a show on the best TV series you've seen. You want to listen to me on a Saturday morning?
Yeah, Saturday morning, 10:30.
And Richard says, Frank, yeah, do. That's the UFO thing. I'll get a couple of UFO ufologists.
Oh, that'd be interesting.
I know one. He's getting books and everything. This fella. That's you fellas. I'd be real curious. They can be historical ones like The Crown or the Twin Peaks. That's about TV series he's going on about.
Another film that I watched, Frank, because I was the whole weekend watching films, funny enough. Yeah, you got me watching a load of films. I actually had to put the George's book to one side, and I was on a film spree. But one film I watched there called The Substance by Demi Moore.
Yeah, Demi Moore. They call her Demi over there.
Well, I might do a review on that on Saturday, actually, if you want me to.
Yeah. Did you watch Nobody?
No, I didn't watch Nobody. No, I watched Along Came Polly. I watched Tokarev or Rage.
Tokarev, yeah, Rage.
And I watched Substance. Because I wanted to see because I heard from my manager was saying, Sean, have you watched The Substance? I
thought it would be about drugs.
No. I was saying to a friend, I'm going to watch The Substance, and he says, for God's sake, Sean. He says, I watched it, and I'm utterly speechless. Or he said he just watched it, and he says, I've just watched The Substance, speechless. So I was like, oh, this must be a great film.
Yeah. It's a
film.
Yeah.
It's a
I
film
watched,
and a half.
what did I watch the other night? Was it last night or the night before? I don't know when it was. Sunday night. Was it Sunday night? Yeah, Sunday night. I watched Speak No Evil.
Speak No Evil.
Oh. It's not horror.
Well, I think I need to lie down after watching The Substance. Crazy. Did you like the film, Frank?
Did I like it?
Yeah, The Substance.
I don't know.
You don't? You see, I'm the same. I don't know what to think of it.
The IBR says fantastic content. Franco and Shawnino, right? That's what
he dropped the Inino for me.
I know he dropped that. I wonder if he's gone off yet.
Probably.
Frank, I would have loved to have you as my professor, says Darwin the Goat. A lot of people, honestly, that have said that. There's someone on one of my DVDs, and whoever was filming it, seeing it, a couple of people, just wanted a couple of people, and then see that young girl and this fella. And he went, if I had Frank as my history teacher, I'd have taken a lot of interest in history by now. He said they were all so poor, dull, but he tells a story, Thank you for that, Darwin the Goat. Darwin says, because I went to an ultra-left school growing up. So it was definitely woke culture. This is what you're learning in today. I don't want my granddaughter. And the IBR says, I'm hardcore and until the fat lady sings. I think we're all like that. It's great, isn't it? Listen, chat, you've been wonderful tonight.
This is incredible, yeah.
Absolutely brilliant, lads. And Amira, she came on as well. She listens, and I wish she'd comment more, but I know she's gone. She said good night before. Shauno, thank you.
Frank, always a pleasure. Even though you put me on the bold step, The
naughty list.
But always a pleasure. Always a pleasure.
She went, has he gone?
Has he gone? Yeah.
Has he gone?
I think George might have thought that I took offence or something and I just went off or something. But it's very funny. The Black Room from 1935. I will, Richard, whenever I get the chance. I actually have my own YouTube channel, Richard, that I'm trying to. Well, no, it's not mine. It's my mate Adam's. So I help out with that as much as I can.
Adam's a nice lad, isn't he?
He is. We're going over to a boxing tournament in Liverpool this time. And hopefully it won't be cancelled. And so we're going over.
After the Olympia? Is that after the Olympia?
I think it's is it Fusion in Liverpool?
Oh, I don't know.
Maybe it's the
Olympia. You should have it,
Yeah, well, maybe it's there. I don't know, but it's I'm going over anyway. Martin's young lad is going to be making his boxing debut. It was meant to be in London, but as we know what happened.
These are all shit. Well, hang on a minute. You don't have to go on. Have you noticed that?
What's that?
I know. It's fantastic what you said.
What is?
You haven't a clue what I'm talking about, sir.
No, I was trying to. I don't know what you were saying. I was trying to think of where the bloody place is. But anyway, I'm going over in December.
That doesn't matter, does it? But
no.
You know, my grandmother, I used to go like that, you know, I
do.
used to be sitting there and she'd be looking at me. She used to, do you know when the telly was on, you know, the newscasters?
Yeah.
She used to think that they were looking at it and telling her the news. And she used to fix her skirt. She used to pull her skirt. I said, what are you doing? She said, they can see me. Shut up, they're listening to me. She used to say, honestly. I don't know why I brought my grandmother into it.
I don't know either. Someone's asking me, do I know Aaron McKenna?
Yeah, I was just going to put that up.
Who's Aaron McKenna?
I don't know, do you know? The
do
McKenna
I know
brothers,
Aaron McKenna?
The McKenna brothers, they are Irish and Liverpool fans. Yeah, Fusion says Richard Dawkins, so that's where the fight is.
Yeah.
I haven't a clue where that is, to be honest. Sky Sports Fight Night, Liverpool Exhibition Centre, Liverpool, Centre of Liverpool. Yeah, I know where that is.
Saturday.
The 24th, 6:30.
No, it's Friday.
Saturday, the 14th of December.
Well, Christ, if it's pardon me language, if it's that, I'm in big trouble because I've only booked. It's probably the 13th.
Well, WBC World Youth Champion.
No,
no, that's not that.
No, it's not that one.
Sean, I was down in Conor McGregor's for my 66th birthday.
I'm not a fan of Conor McGregor, but
neither am I.
Absolute tosser. Sorry. Aaron McKenna, is he a boxer?
Oh. Conor Bradley made his international debut this year and has already has the same amount of goals as Foden for England.
That's amazing, isn't it?
It's great, yeah. That's a laugh, like. The GOAT says McKenna too is a top boxer.
Well, apparently Aaron McKenna impresses in Liverpool and calls out Chris Eubank Jr. And this was in January.
Well, anyway, Richard says about McGregor, his forged stout is great.
No, that's listen. I wouldn't buy a damn thing off him because he went into an Irish pub and he offered people to drink his proper 12 whiskey, and an old fella turned it down, and Conor McGregor thumped him in the back of the head. Now, listen, Conor McGregor should be. He's an MMA fighter, mixed martial arts fighter. He should know better and have the discipline not to go and do something like that. And there's other stuff about him that I'm not particularly fond of. The thing is, his legacy is completely destroyed in the UFC. He didn't defend those titles. His behaviour is just appalling. And, you know, as an Irishman, if you want to look at someone to look up to, look at Katie Taylor, who's an amazing boxer. Got a lot of stick over that fight there the other night. People think that she shouldn't have won it. There's no way that she should have been undercard to Jake Paul and Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson, a lot of respect for, but his day is done. Jake Paul is a YouTuber, shouldn't be in a boxing match and should not be calling the shots. He's done nothing. Katie Taylor, amazing, incredible, and she's more charisma and more respect from everyone here in this country than Conor McGregor has. Conor McGregor lost a lot of respect. So that's my view on Conor.
Are you guys on Blue Sky? No, this is
What's Blue Sky?
It's a thread. It must be a thread. Because
No.
as the video says, the new platform already has more users than threads.
I've no interest on adding myself on any more anti-social media. I already take up quite a lot of my time to do that, so no.
Much better than Twitter. I think it's I forget what we're on. I'd say I've got a producer. Videos, I've got a producer, and he sets everything up. I forget what it's called. StreamYard. StreamYard's we're on.
Yeah.
That's what we're on. And IBR says, yeah, about that McGregor. What about the rape allegations? Yeah, that's shocking, that.
I've heard bits and bobs of that, and some of the stuff, that the statements from the victim, and that's appalling stuff. And the worst thing about it is that woman has no anonymity, no protection to have anonymity, is under the eye of the media, and doesn't really say much for protecting other victims of rape, or alleged victims of rape. It's a daunting. It's bad enough as is, but to be doing it, in the limelight of media is horrible. So, I don't, obviously I can't say that he did it, because it's all allegations, and don't want to be getting Frank in trouble. But he doesn't have much respect for his fiance or his missus when he's hanging out with a young one in the nightclub. So that's all I'll say about that.
The lawyer for the woman accusing Conor McGregor of rape is now addressing the jury. He did it, and what he did was savage. He's not a man. He's a coward.
Yeah.
He's a devious coward, and you should treat him for what he is. And the Richard Dawkins says, guys, I'm going to say good night.
Good night, Richard. Great speaking to you.
Thank as always, like Carlyle says, Richard Dawkins. Don't forget, Thursday night, the football show. Don't forget the Friday night show, which is current affairs. I'd love you to join me on that. It's more historical as well than what you think. You get the bigger picture. What you get. You get the truth rather than the propaganda. That's what you get. It's as simple as that.
And just
Saturday morning, we got Sean and myself doing the film and TV review, and everything's thrown in at that. It's just like something.
Barry Norman eat your heart out. I'll tell you, they don't know what hit them when myself and Frank get on the show. There's another thing I just wanted to say, just on the Conor McGregor thing, that I know for a fact, because it was online. He was very, very nasty towards a comedian, PJ Gallagher, who spoke about his mental health issues, told him to man up, all this kind of thing. Also, he insulted Paul McGrath, former Aston Villa and United and Republic of Ireland legend that is Paul McGrath.
Big sense of that, yeah.
When I saw some of the comments that he said, it's absolutely disgusting, and especially about mental health. This guy's a father. Conor McGregor's a father. And
Francine, my daughter, she's a mental health nurse, top nurse.
So so she would know, and what has been said by this guy who has got a platform and misusing it by insulting greats like Paul McGrath, and also insulting PJ Gallagher, who's a comedian who brings laughter to everyone, but also brings awareness and has done a documentary about his mental health. There's no way that should have ever happened. Conor McGregor will never go back to the UFC.
Well, Dana White says, whoever she is.
No, it's a he. Dana White.
Dana is it? Oh, I thought it was like a girl, Dana. Because there's a girl, beautiful she was. Dana Winter. Oh, man.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the singer.
No. Oh, yeah, that Dana one, yeah.
Dana,
she won the Eurovision Song Contest.
Yes, she did, yeah.
Whatever happened to her?
She actually went up for president of Ireland.
Oh, she did. She went into politics. Yeah, that's right.
And was a complete flop because she didn't know what the role of president entails. And she was saying, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. And it's like, Donna, you're not going to do anything. But yeah, she got awful stick, actually.
I met the president of the Republic.
Did you?
What was her name? Fucking hell.
Mary Robinson?
Who?
Mary Robinson?
Mary Robinson, yeah.
Yeah. And then there was Mary McAleese.
What?
Mary McAleese was the next one.
No, Mary Robinson. Because she unveiled a monument dedicated to the Irish.
Oh, right.
In Liverpool. And I was invited up because it was the historian.
Well, Mary Robinson's an amazing woman. She's with the UN elders. So she's really, really, she's a very intelligent woman.
When Cozy says, Sean, could Conor win an election? No, I'd even say that. No chance.
An election of what? Well, I mean, we have like an alleged criminal. Well, I mean, all politicians are criminals anyway, but like we have an alleged criminal who's actually running for office. Well, not office, a seat in Dáil Éireann, as they call it. And he's just put his name in to be voted in his constituency. So, yeah, anything's possible.
Cody says there will be no Palestinian or other flags, only Irish flags will be raised on Irish soil, says Conor McGregor. He wanted to buy fucking Liverpool, remember?
Yeah, and he said he was a Liverpool supporter, and then he was wearing a goddamn...
He's a Manchester United supporter.
He's no more a bloody Liverpool supporter or a Man U supporter. He's got jersey... He's a... Like, first of all, you're saying that he says, if I'm elected president of Ireland, I will deport all illegal immigrants and foreign criminals. Now, yeah. Conor McGregor would want to know about the actual office of presidency in Ireland. It is a token. It's basically a spokesperson. They don't do anything. It's the Taoiseach, the Prime Minister of Ireland, and the Taoiseach of Ireland and the government of the country that makes the rules and whatever. The president just signs the legislation and can decide if they don't want to sign it to put it to the high courts, I think. So Conor McGregor hasn't a fucking clue what he's talking about.
Yeah, but Sean, don't you think Conor McGregor for Ireland's on the I don't think so.
No.
Ronnie Whelan put
Ronnie Whelan put Packy Bonner. Packy Bonner. What you call it? I mean, you could say U2, but they're pompous twits. I don't like them. But no, Conor McGregor put the Irish in the UFC without a doubt, and then you have now a million wannabes with, tattoos and beards, tattoos on their chests and beards, and acting like Conor McGregor. So no, he didn't put Ireland on the map. Look up Katie Taylor. That woman is an absolute. She's a lady.
Right, I'm going to finish, boys. I'll just go to these last two. Like he made everyone globally speak about Ireland before it wasn't that way.
Everyone speaks globally about Ireland.
Everybody, honestly, as a historian, everybody speaks about Ireland, especially in America and Australia. G'day. If there's any Australians tuning in, g'day there, mateys.
I thought it was a good idea when I went over to Florida to wear this horrible, horrible green long sleeve top that said "Made in Ireland" and have a map of Ireland. And the thing that annoyed me even the most was the fact that I bought it because it was disgusting looking. It was cheesy. And the second thing is when I went over to Florida, I had all these Americans say, "Oh my God, you're Irish. Oh my God, I'm Irish. All right, what part of Ireland are you from?" Well, when I say I'm Irish, my grandfather's dogs, pet hamsters, kangaroo, feckin' budgie was born in Donegal. This is how they pronounce Donegal. Donegal. So Donegal or Sligo. So, Ireland is on the map and people speak about Ireland on a daily basis. Conor McGregor does not represent Ireland.
Anyway, the last comments. The more I hear in Conor McGregor's civil case, the more disgusted I am at the DPP for not pressing charges. Irish courts are a scam. That's what he said.
Absolutely.
And on that note, people, poor Frank has done it. 4.5 hours we've been on here.
Jesus.
But we've spoke about everything.
I'm thinking of moving in with Frank. It'd be easier for me.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Been a pleasure as always.
Got to say a big shout for George as well for being with us for a couple of hours.
Gentlemen.
And also to Jason for setting everything up. But most importantly to the chat, because without you lot, there wouldn't be a show. There wouldn't be a podcast, would there, Sean?
Not at all. I mean, it's all down to the fact that you have so many people on the chat after 4 hours 22 minutes is testament to not only the chat but to yourself, Frank. And people need to get subscribing to Frank. We need to get him to 1,000 subscribers before Christmas, and I mean Christmas this year. So make it happen. Make it happen.
Yeah. Anyway, Sean, thank you so much. See you on Saturday morning, 10:30. The TV and film review. And thank you, chat. See you all very soon on Thursday. Bye now. Bye.
See you now.